Again, good morning and welcome everyone. Today's forum to a most auspicious start, allow me to introduce a veteran leader in Philippine intellectual property, Attorney Teodoro C. Pascua, Director General of the Intellectual Property Office of the Philippines. Director General Pascua previously served as IPOPHL's Deputy Director General from 2018 to 2022 and as Undersecretary for the Consumer Protection Group of the Department of Trade and Industry from 2016 to 2018. He also served as Deputy Director General for the Technical Education and Skills Development Operations at TESDA from 2010 to 2016. Prior to his government service, Director General Pascua built an extensive legal career spanning over 2 decades across several distinguished law firms, including the Yulo Alibeng Pascua and Zuniga law offices, where he currently serves as partner. He holds a Bachelor of Laws from the UP College of Law and was admitted to the bar in 1983. Ladies and gentlemen, let us give Director General Pascua a warm and gracious round of applause as he makes his way to the podium.
Looking around, I see quite a number of vacant seats. It is clear that we cannot compete with our national idol, Alex Iyala. In all likelihood, these are the guys who stood up. I don't know, but I heard it was suspended. Was the game suspended because of the rains? So imagine that we are also in the same Washington community. We also have our range here, and you just woke up a few hours ago, catching up some sleep. Yusek Hepti will be here this afternoon. Welcome, former Yusek Noya. There you are. Our former DG Ruel S. Barba. DOST Asek Juanillo. Our friends from EU. Oh, they're still also perhaps adjusting with their time. Our good friends in IP practice. I hope I didn't miss any other dignitaries. Friends, ladies and gentlemen, it is my great pleasure to welcome all of you today in our forum, Leveraging Intellectual Property to Enable Innovation and Fuel Inclusive Growth. Sanay na tayo sa mahabang title. On behalf of the Intellectual Property Office of the Philippines, or IPOPHIL, I would like to thank you all for joining us in this very timely and important conversation. We go back to what IPOPHIL was established. We draw strength from our Constitution in Article 14, Section 13. The state shall protect and secure the exclusive rights of scientists, inventors, and artists, and other gifted citizens. Siguro doon classified yung atin mga creatives, gifted citizens, to their intellectual property and creations, particularly when beneficial to the people, for such period as may be provided by law. And thereafter, our IP code was established, RA 8293, where it states in Section 2, the state recognizes that an effective intellectual and industrial property system is vital to the development of domestic and creative activity, facilitates transfer of technology, attracts foreign investments, and ensures market access for our products. It shall protect and secure the exclusive rights of scientists, inventors, artists, and other gifted citizens to their intellectual property and creations, particularly when beneficial to the people, for such periods as provided in this Act. The use of intellectual property, more importantly, bears a social function. To this end, the state shall promote the diffusion of knowledge and information for the promotion of national development and progress and the common good. At IPOPHIL, we have always believed that meaningful policy is built through meaningful dialogue. As technology evolves, business models change, and new forms of creativity emerge. We must continually rethink how our intellectual property or IP system should respond. I'm not as sticky now as or there you go. Yan na, yan na, yan na. Op, 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 op. Sabi ko na nanood ng tennis itong mga kasama natin dito eh. Pati equipment nanood rin. They're little. Okay. Next slide. Okay. Always wants to come south. Even the mic is having an free time of echo. There you go. An IP-centric culture is one where creativity is encouraged, innovation is valued, intellectual assets are recognized, and commercialization becomes second nature. Innovation begins with the filing of an innovation among our young people. Students should learn not only to absorb knowledge, but also to create it. They also must understand that their ideas have value that can become IP. This is why IPOPHIL hopes to strengthen its collaboration with the Department of Education to introduce IP concepts at a very early age of learning. We have already partnered with the Commission on Higher Education, or CHED, and with the Philippine Science High School System, where students have been encouraged to develop innovations that may eventually become patentable technologies. Meanwhile, our network of technical and innovation support centers, or we call them ITSOs, has likewise demonstrated how universities and colleges can become engines of innovation, with nearly half of our local patent applications have been coming from these institutions that host ITSOs. But we should always ask ourselves, how do we encourage every school, not only a select few, but also private schools, to become an incubator of innovation? Imagine if this is the mindset, if this mindset becomes commonplace throughout our educational system. Creating IP is only the beginning. If we stop at registration, we miss the bigger opportunity, because the true value of IP lies in commercialization. Patents, trademarks, copyrights are important, but registration alone does not create jobs. Unapplied innovations do not grow businesses or transform industries. Innovation only creates impact when it reaches the market. That is why IPOPHIL believes IP should serve as a jump-off point toward commercialization. Our goal is not simply to increase patent filings, but to ensure that protected innovations become businesses, products, exports, technologies, and solutions that improve people's lives. This requires strong collaboration between universities, industry, and government. Research institutions generate knowledge even as business understands market needs, and the government creates an enabling environment. With these sectors working together, innovations naturally move to become commercially viable, and economically meaningful. That is why IPOPHIL is strengthening partnerships with organizations such as the Philippine Chamber of Commerce and Industry, which is also represented this morning, to help connect innovations with businesses and investors and vice versa. When innovations reach the market, IP becomes more than a legal asset. It has now become a driver of economic growth, exports, and new opportunities. This is how innovation becomes truly inclusive. You take care of the... Yeah, I will point there. That's the wall, but there you go. That's for inclusive growth. No. There you go. You're the one moving it already, so good. Please continue that one. You know, an IP-centric culture will also help us face one of the defining technologies of our generation, artificial intelligence. But don't be surprised, AI has been existing for years and years already. AI is transforming how we create, invent, communicate, and do business. It offers extraordinary opportunities for Filipino innovators to develop new products, services, and creative works. But AI also reminds us why AI matters, or IP matters. An IP-conscious society not only uses AI responsibly to generate innovation, but also respects the rights of creators. It understands issues surrounding copyrighted works used for AI training, AI-generated content deepfakes, and automated media, particularly in sectors such as broadcasting and the broader creative industries. As WIPO Director General Darren Tang aptly said, AI has the power to change the nature of innovation and creativity. This poses challenges for the global IP ecosystem, but also gives us an opening to identify and seize new opportunities. As WIPO, the question of whether we are prepared to seize these opportunities is what faces us today. That is why we are also looking at how we can use AI to further our work in IP. Commercialization also makes innovation more inclusive. When ideas become businesses, more Filipinos benefit. Women entrepreneurs, despite barriers in financing, mentorship, and social expectations, can transform their innovations into enterprises that create jobs and opportunities. Likewise, our creative industries can better navigate the changes brought by digital platforms and AI by owning and protecting and commercializing more Filipino IP. We build a culture where every Filipino believes that their ideas have value and where every creator believes that their work can become commercially successful. That is how IP fuels inclusive growth. One successful innovation inspires another. One commercialized innovation creates new businesses. One protected creative work generates employment and encourages future creators. This is the ecosystem we seek to build, but IPOPHIL cannot build it alone. Creating an IP-centric Philippines requires a whole-of-nation approach. Government, industry, education institutions, creators, innovators, investors, civil society, and every Filipino all have a role to play. Thus, I hope today's discussion on artificial intelligence, women and IP, and the future of our creative industries will bring us closer to that vision. Together, let us create a Philippines where innovation is encouraged, creativity is rewarded, and IP is not only protected, but valued and commercialized for the benefit of every Filipino and the coming generations. Thank you, and I wish everyone a productive and insightful, inspiring forum. Maraming salamat at mabuhay tayong lahat.
Thank you so much, Director General Pascua, for that very insightful message. To help set the scene and give us a deeper appreciation of today's discussions, allow me to introduce a distinguished leader, Deputy Director General Anne-Claire Credo Cabochan. Ladies and gentlemen, we are pleased to welcome an executive and a leader in intellectual property and regulatory policy, Attorney Anne-Claire Credo Cabochan, Deputy Director General for Operations of the Intellectual Property Office of the Philippines. Prior to her appointment, she served as Assistant Secretary for the Consumer Protection Group of the Department of Trade and Industry. While at DTI, she also undertook various high-level roles including ASEAN Senior Economic Official, APEC Senior Official for Trade, and lead Philippine delegate to disputes before the World Trade Organization. DDG Credo Cabochan has been the driving force behind today's forum, having spearheaded this project from its earliest conceptualization through its realization. Her vision, leadership, and steadfast commitment have been instrumental in bringing together today's distinguished panelists, partners, and participants, all in service of a shared mission, advancing intellectual property as a tool for innovation and inclusive growth. Everyone, please join me in welcoming her with a warm round of applause.
These are exciting times. These are challenging times. These are disruptive times. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. We are honored by your presence in today's forum, which is set against a backdrop which is complex yet promising, and in some ways uncertain. Coming into the room, you may have noticed the diversity in demographics, which admittedly is deliberate, given that intellectual property cuts across society. So let me start with my colleagues, the men and women from the Intellectual Property Office of the Philippines, led by no less than our Director General, Attorney Teodoro Pascua. Partners from government, both from the executive and legislative branches, the academe, the private sector, the legal profession, as well as from foreign missions, such as the delegation of the European Union, the Embassy of Switzerland and the Embassy of the United States, and the Korea Copyright Protection Agency. For this activity, we also have students, law students, college students, and high school students. A reminder that no one is too young to appreciate IP, and that IP awareness should be nurtured in our homes and cultivated in classrooms. This forum was conceptualized to provide a platform for dialogue on emerging IP issues brought about by technological advances, and on issues that have hounded us for a long time. We have therefore gathered thought leaders, innovators, all accomplished in their respective spheres of influence to be our panelists. Equally learned and accomplished moderators to help steer the conversation on the three themes, and esteemed reactors to give their reflection on the proceedings today. Allow me to express my deep appreciation to all of them. They are here in the room for sharing not only their time, but also their expertise. And I look forward to the brilliant insights and engaging discourse that will follow. To set the tone, do consider these. Where do I? 99.6% of all our enterprises are micro, small, and medium enterprises. and 62% of these are women-led. As a result, MSMEs have been referred to as the backbone of our economy and women the heartbeat. That said, women remain an underrepresented sector. Imagine, therefore, the possibilities if they are fully integrated into economic activities, not as bit players, but as the main actors in our value chains. On the other hand, the creative sector is one of the fastest growing industries in the country. It accounts for 8.71 million jobs and contributes 7.6% to our GDP. 57% of the workforce in our creative sector are also women. However, a leadership gap has been noted, as most of them are in labor-intensive roles. Consequently, we are unable to fully capitalize on authenticity as an advantage and culture as a competitive edge, because our actors are not placed in the center stage as they should. Now let me go to our performers, a popular and well-loved sector in the creative industry. But they too have issues like lack of institutional support, inadequate funding, and economic stability. So how then could they enrich the nation's soul with their craft if they need to worry about the next month's rent, medical bills, or even a child's tuition fee? The reality that confronts us is that we will never be able to realize the full potential of our performers if their talent does not coexist with economic stability and the dignity that they deserve. In this respect, I hope that the recently launched Creative Economy Diagnostic Model, National Diagnostic Report for the Philippines, a project of the World Intellectual Property Organization, together with the Department of Trade and Industry, the Philippine Statistics Authority, and the IPOPHL, will be a valuable tool for data-driven policy making that will make the change for the good of our stakeholders. MSMEs and the Malikhaing Panoy, two important sectors high up in the agenda of Trade Secretary Maria Cristina Roque, whose leadership is as strong as it is inspiring, and it behooves us in the IPOPHL to being a DTI-attached agency to make a meaningful contribution to the work done in these areas. And so I echo DG Pascua when he said emphatically, we must build a culture where every Filipino believes that his ideas have value and that his work can become commercially successful. Our broadcasters, on the other hand, face their own challenges. So broadcasting organizations had difficulty evolving due to the migration to the digital space. And of course, converting into that media would entail a lot of capital. And of course, their traditional advertising revenues had gone down, and people's preferences had also changed. Piracy is also a bigger concern in the digital age. And while we do have the Rome Convention, vintage year 1961, the world has changed dramatically in the last 6 decades, which prompts us to look into how our future should be moving forward. There is, of course, the Broadcast Treaty, the discussion of which started here in the Philippines in 1977. Unfortunately, much like other multilateral agreements that need the consensus of all parties, this too has become a conundrum. However, our consistent posturing has always been to actively pursue work in this area and even possibly to hold a diplomatic conference to push it even further in the near future. We are not, however, short of positive indications. Of course, we have, as the DG had mentioned, Alex Ayala, We have the likes of EJ Obuena. These are not random mutterings because for this year, the WIPO had chosen IP in sports as the theme for World IP Day. So let me begin. In 2025, the Philippines ranked 50th in the Global Innovation Index, which is based on 80 indicators tracked by the WIPO and measures how the Philippines fosters innovation compared to 138 other economies globally. It is worth a mention that the Philippines is cited as an innovation outperformer, having exceeded expectations given the level of economic development. At the IPOPhil, we have seen how our network of innovation and technology support offices, 100 strong state and private colleges and universities, and research and development institutions have enriched the landscape and contributed to the improvement of our GI ranking. Situated all over the country, these ITSOs have churned much needed inventions and innovations, and in partnership with the IPOPhil, provided training on patent drafting and rendered advisory and other services, including connecting our inventors to investors and to markets. The ITSOs successfully showcase the pivotal role of the academe in transforming ideas to real-world technical solutions. Our model has been cited not only in ASEAN, but also by the World Intellectual Property Organization, where it is called TISCs, Technology and Innovation Support Centers. Another encouraging milestone is our graduation from lower middle income country to the upper middle income country. While this does not necessarily spell inclusive growth, it is a welcome development as the growth trajectory of the Philippine economy is expected to attract more investments that would help expand economic opportunities. Allow me also to cite the recently concluded trade policy review within the purview of the World Trade Organization, which I was privileged to be part of as a delegate. Among those highlighted in this review is the significant progress to the innovation ecosystem, which included strides in improving the IP system as shown by IPOPhil's issuance on geographical indications and well-known marks, as well as efforts to strengthen enforcement through the National Committee on Intellectual Property Rights. I mention this too in the same breath as the Philippines being cited as the third fastest growing economy for intangible investments, with India and Japan outranking, with only India and Japan outranking the Philippines, with intangible investments on a global scale growing by almost 3 times more than tangible investments. It will be to our best interest if we are able to ride this wave. For our writers, researchers, creators, IPOPhil rolled out the ISNI, the International Standard Name Identifier, a national ID of international application. Aside from boosting the visibility of Filipino artists, this ISNI allows proper attribution as well as streamlining of the payment of royalties across boundaries. The DTI and IPOPhil have an ongoing project to provide registration for 5,700 new ISNI registrants. Looming large over the horizon is the Philippines' chairship of ASEAN this year. The theme, Navigating Our Future Together. It seems simple enough, but if one looks closely, navigating implies something more strategic and purposive and not merely a random movement from one point to another. And the future together, it reinforces the commitment to a better future for the Philippines as a nation, to ASEAN as a region, and our place in the community of nations. The IPOPhil is as part of this hosting year working on two IP valuation handy manuals for patents and creatives as one of the priority economic deliverables. Post-hosting year, we have committed to produce the same manuals for trademarks and utility models. These will be game-changing. In the commercialization phase, it is important that your IP is valued. It is easier to explain it using tangible assets such as land, a car, a mobile phone. If one knows how much something is worth, the owner is in a better position to make the right decision relative to any aspect of property ownership, including licensing agreements, and even in securing much needed financing. In strengthening our initiatives on commercialization, we avoid this graveyard of inventions that never see the light of day and never had, of course, the opportunity to benefit Work is also ongoing to avoid the valley of death, the pitfalls of inventions that briefly made its appearance in the market but did not become commercially viable. We are, of course, mindful that we do not work, if we do not work to avoid these two dreary scenarios, we may be depriving mankind of perhaps a much needed medicine or an innovation that would have made products or services more sustainable and even cheaper. Finally, the elephant in the room, the omnipresent, unavoidable, and for all of us this time, part of the landscape, artificial intelligence, AI. And just like anything that is overwhelmingly huge and which dominates our world now, we must learn to live with it, to harness its power to our advantage, to study and even craft policies on all aspects affecting the lay of the land, manage the risks that it may pose, and all those. Daunting it is, however, I would like to recall an African proverb in tackling or eating an elephant, which is by doing it one bite size at a time. Figuratively, I must insist, and just to assure you, no elephant is in the menu for lunch, but I am sure that this session this morning would give us enough food for thought. This forum comes at a time when innovation has taken center stage, when it is matched by a blueprint called the National Innovation Agenda Strategy Document, when you have a champion in President Ferdinand Marcos Jr., whose vision is as compelling as the way he articulates it, and also matches it with the much needed infusions to the ecosystem. Innovation must be IP enabled, and we all need the players in this room to, as WIPO Director General Darren Tang would always say, win with IP. Ladies and gentlemen, 3 sessions and hopefully transformative ideas and game-changing conversations that will continue long after we leave this room. Thank you, and mabuhay ang Pilipinas. Oh my God.
Thank you so much, Deputy Director General Credo Cabochan, for that wonderful and enlightening message. We now have a clearer picture of the goals we hope to accomplish together today. Before we proceed, let us take a moment to capture this meaningful gathering. We will now have a brief photo opportunity right here in the middle. So may I ask the Executive Committee, along with all the speakers, moderators, and reactors, to please gather in the middle so that we may take your picture. To the side. Yes. Third, please. Opportunity, giving us the chance to capture and take beautiful images of everyone present today. Now, before we formally begin, allow me to briefly walk everyone through today's program flow. Our forum will consist of 3 enriching sessions. Each session will open with a brief presentation from each of our esteemed panelists, followed by a moderated panel discussion, and will conclude then with an open forum where we welcome the opportunity to hear your thoughts and questions. In between our sessions, we will also be taking a short coffee break where snacks and refreshments will be served. So please feel free to partake and enjoy once we reach that part of the program. As for our house rules, we simply ask that everyone kindly keep their mobile phones on silent mode throughout the program, out of courtesy to our speakers and fellow participants. During the open forum portions, our moderators will be happy to entertain questions from the floor, so please feel free to raise your hand once the floor is opened, and one of the ushers will gladly assist you. With that, let us now proceed with our first session for today. Our first session is entitled Empowering Women to Win in IP, Building the Future Through Innovation and Enterprise. Women continue to be at the forefront of innovation, entrepreneurship, and the creative economy, bringing fresh perspectives and bold solutions across every industry. This session will explore how intellectual property can help unlock their full potential by supporting the protection, commercialization, and scaling of their innovations and creative works. To guide us through this session, allow me to introduce our moderator, Director Jodan N. Darong. Director JD works at the intersection of policy, research, and industry development, translating economic and political insight into practical strategies for competitiveness, innovation, and inclusive growth. His accolades include the UNEP Bayer Young Environmental Envoy Award, recognition as an early career research scientist from the Asia and Pacific by the Australian government, selection as a delegate to the U.S. International Visitors Leadership Program, and most recently, the Asia Global Fellows Program by the University of Hong Kong. He is currently a PhD candidate at De La Salle University and the Norwegian School of Economics, and serves as a focal for international relations and head of communications of the DTI Competitiveness and Innovations Group, as well as Assistant Director of the Bureau of Competitive Development at the DTI. Director JD, now we gladly turn the floor over to you.
Good morning. I have fans on table 1. How about the rest of the tables? Okay, it's now complete. Well, following an inspiring talk and intellectually stimulating talk from DJ Pasqua and my dear DDG Kapuchan, I'm truly humbled and honored to actually kick off the first high-level dialogue of the day's forum. Well, throughout history, we all know that women made remarkable contribution to science, technology, and business. Yet transforming their great ideas into something of lasting impact is always a problem because it's more than innovation, it's more than creativity. It requires the ability to not just protect innovation, but also commercialize knowledge, build enterprises, and definitely create opportunities for others. Innovation begins with an idea, but ideas alone does not change the world. They must be nurtured, they must be protected, commercialized, and transformed into opportunities that creates lasting value. I think that is the promise of the intellectual and industrial property agenda. And that is how the conversation will be shared and shaped today. Our first dialogue is focusing on two important ideas from DG Pascua's Building IP-Centric Culture and DDG Capuchan's Building IP-Centric Ecosystem. We see the important persona of women in all of these agendas. Today, we're fortunate enough to have four exceptional leaders whose career demonstrate exactly how innovation, leadership, and creativity come together to shape industries and improve lives. Allow me to introduce them one by one. Our first speaker is among the Philippines' most distinguished intellectual property practitioners and one of the country's leading advocates for protecting innovation, transforming ideas into valuable business assets with over 30 years of experience in trademark prosecution, brand protection, and strategic IP counseling. She has advised some of the world's most recognized companies in navigating complex intellectual property issues involving commercialization, licensing, including anti-counterfeiting in multiple jurisdictions in Asia and beyond. She has earned international recognitions from Chambers, Asia Pacific, the Legal 500, the World Trademark Review, and the Intellectual Asset Management's Patent 1000. She was also named among the top 250 women in intellectual property worldwide by Managing IP. Beyond legal practice, she continues to shape the future of the profession through leadership in national and international property organization, advancing education, policy development, and global collaboration. Please welcome a board member of the Licensing Executive Society of the Philippines and the Vice Chair of the Education Committee of the Licensing Executives Society International, Attorney Vida Panganiban Alindogan.
Thank you for the introduction. I did not recognize myself. Okay, good morning, everyone. Thank you to IPO Phil for bringing us together this morning for this very important conversation. Where do I point? Okay. After more than 3 decades in the practice of intellectual property law, I have learned one lesson that has stayed with me. Many of the women I have worked with, entrepreneurs, business owners, creators, and innovators, would often describe their work with one small word. And this may be the most expensive word I hear in my profession. Just. It's just my business. It's just a logo. It's just an idea. Yet behind that one small word may be a trusted brand, an original creative work, valuable know-how, or an invention with real commercial potential. What seems ordinary to its creator may become the foundation of a successful enterprise. Helping women recognize that value has been one of the greatest privileges of my career. Through legal practice, through intellectual property education, and through my work with organizations such as the Intellectual Property Association of the Philippines and the Licensing Executive Society, I have seen how practical guidance can move women from uncertainty to action. And that experience has reinforced one conviction. Women do not lack innovation. More often, what we lack is access. Access to knowledge, to networks, to markets, and to opportunities. Innovation is not confined to laboratories. It happens every day in businesses, in creative industries, in family enterprises, on digital platforms, and in our local communities. The challenge is not whether women are innovating, because we already are. The challenge is ensuring that we recognize these creations as intellectual property and know how to use intellectual property strategically. That is where opportunity begins. In my experience, 3 practices consistently make the difference. First, recognize the value of what has been created early on. Second, protect and commercialize. Remember, registration is not the finish line. Its real value lies in helping entrepreneurs negotiate with confidence, build partnerships, enter new markets, and grow sustainable businesses. Third, create the conditions that allow innovation to flourish through education, mentorship, professional networks, and practical commercialization support. Today, artificial intelligence is transforming how innovation takes place. As DG Pascua said, it creates extraordinary opportunities, but it also raises important questions about ownership, authenticity, and responsible use. Our goal should not simply be to ensure that women adopt to these changes. It should be to ensure that we help shape them. When women can identify, protect, commercialize, and commercialize and scale what they create, we build successful enterprises. We become industry leaders, create jobs, strengthen communities, and continue to contribute to a stronger, more innovative economy. Perhaps the most important thing we can do is to stop calling extraordinary ideas just. Because one small word can hide extraordinary value, let us make sure that no woman ever feels the need to say, "It's just my business. It's just my logo. It's just my idea." Because it never was. Thank you.
Our next speaker is a visionary business executive, a nation builder, and an advocate for women's empowerment whose leadership transformed organization and influenced national and regional development. She successfully established and grew one of the Philippines' largest healthcare IT BPM enterprises into a globally competitive organization employing more than 10,000 professionals. Her C-suite career spans Headstrong Philippines, Genpact, James Martin & Co., The Circle Frit International, complemented by her early grounding as HGV & Co. Her distinguished public service includes leading technology-driven transformation, innovation, startup development, and international trade initiatives as a former Undersecretary of the Department of Trade and Industry. Today, she continues to shape regional policy and advance gender-inclusive growth through the ASEAN Business Advisory Council while mentoring the next generation of leaders. Recognized twice among the top 100 most influential women in the world, her career reflects a steadfast commitment to visionary leadership, innovation, and empowering women to lead and succeed. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome ASEAN Business Advisory Council Senior Advisor for Women, Ms. Nora Terrado.
Thank you for your kind words, JD. I hail from Bacolod City. Thank you for that word, just. Ang akon nga tatay, hindi siya magsisiling na, hindi ka da mag-just ha? In other words, the culture of building capability really starts from a mindset coming from the home. So good morning, my dear colleagues here. I'm so excited to listen up to everyone's presentation. Let me say that, let me congratulate first the IPOPhil Philippines. This is one of the attached agencies whose tenacity has been there, DG after DG, regardless of who is the president of the Philippines. So keep going, keep doing that. Today, I'd like to speak from my journey as largely from the private sector, as a business leader, founder, and also as an industry leader and a public servant. This experience has shown me how critical IP is important in unlocking potential and shaping inclusive growth. I might be repeating words that you may have already heard, but my advocacy is indeed in increasing the women participation in the economy through her leadership, but through innovation and the enterprise. This has always been anchored on diversity and inclusion, where men and women alike work together for economic and inclusive economic growth. This is the lens that I bring today in the discussion. Allow me now to give you 3 lessons that I learned from my experience in the last decades. The first point, IP is a bridge from survival to scale. As a business leader, I've experienced my startup journey from incubation to market entry, to scaling a business and eventual exit. In one case, my tech company had challenges to grow. We had no hard assets, but only contracts, our brand, our people, our automated processes, and our trade secrets. Yet, these intangible assets could not be collateralized. That was my first realization. IP is valuable, but often invisible in traditional financing. Protecting and valuing IP is essential for startups to cross the chasm from survival to scale. My second point, IP as an inclusive growth driver. As the Undersecretary of the Department of Trade, I witnessed how innovation and entrepreneurship thrive when IP is recognized as a growth asset. Many startups faced the same challenge as mine. They had IP but did not know how to protect, value, or leverage it for expansion. Through the DTI Startup Ecosystem Development Program, under the Export Bureau, Marketing Bureau, we partnered with ecosystem players to open opportunities through annual events such as Slingshot and Tectonic, regular meetups, pitches, mentorship, among others. The intent was to kickstart the creative economy. And today, we are so pleased that the creative economy is being focused on. These initiatives demonstrate that when entrepreneurs harness IP strategically, they transform creativity into enterprise. When commercialized, they drive competitiveness, generate jobs, and contribute directly to inclusive growth.
Point number 3, IP as a pathway for women's economic empowerment. Across ASEAN, the region has advanced the gender economic integration agenda. Yet despite progress, women remain underrepresented in IP ownership and innovation-intensive sectors. There are barriers, and we will discuss them later, but still promising there are opportunities that our very own IPOFIL has embarked on. For example, IPOFIL's WANA patent and WANA design programs, and the ASEAN's women cooperatives using geographical indications prove that when women are equipped with IP tools, they scale enterprises, lead industries, and contribute to economic prosperity. In closing, I look forward to the discussion and good morning to everybody.
Our third speaker is an accomplished international trade negotiator and an economic diplomat who has helped strengthen the Philippines' engagement with ASEAN and global economy. Throughout his distinguished government career, he has represented the country in major regional and multilateral trade negotiation, including the Regional Comprehensive Economic Partnership, the Philippine-Japan Economic Partnership Agreement, and numerous ASEAN Free Trade Agreement. He has served as the Philippine Commercial Counselor and the economic official to the ASEAN in Jakarta, in New Delhi, in Bangkok, and in Russia. At present, he is the leading person who is actually promoting the business and investment efforts for the Philippines ASEAN chairship. He completed his studies in Consular Diplomatic Affairs at the De La Salle College of St. Benil, a public management course at the in Development Academy of the Philippines, and trades in services liberalization and negotiation at Nanyang Technological University. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome a Foreign Trade Service Officer, the Program Director of the ASEAN 2026 Chairship Committee on Business and Investment Promotion, and the Secretary of Trade and Investments Chief of Staff, Jeremiah Reyes.
Good morning, everyone. It's always nice to see former bosses at the DTI, DDG and DG Roel and Yusek Noya. Thank you, and it's good to see you, really. So, good morning, everyone. It is an honor to join you today to discuss a topic that is very timely. Empowering women to innovate, create, and lead is an economic imperative. It is about unlocking new ideas, driving enterprise growth, and strengthening the competitiveness of our economies. So for today's discussion, I will be wearing 3 hats. First, as the Chief of Staff of the DTI Secretary. Second would be as Foreign Trade Service Officer at the Foreign Trade Service Corps, representing the Philippines abroad. And third would be as the Supervising Head of the Business Name Registration of the DTI. So, at the Department of Trade and Industry, we witness every day how we involve and engage women. Women are among the driving forces behind Philippine entrepreneurship, leading thousands of enterprises that create jobs, uplift communities, and fuel inclusive economic growth. Many of these enterprises are built not only on products and services, but on creativity, brands, design, and innovation. And these are valuable assets that deserve to be protected, nurtured, and transformed into lasting economic value. As the supervising head of the business name registration at the DTI, I often say that every successful enterprise begins with a name. Registering a business is the first act of confidence in an entrepreneur's vision. It marks the transition of an idea into a formal enterprise with the potential to innovate, grow, and go and compete in the global markets. But our work does not end with registration, and I echo what Digited has mentioned earlier. Our mission is to help entrepreneurs progress along the entire business journey, from formalization to building trusted brands and protecting intellectual property, to embracing digital technologies and AI, and ultimately to accessing regional and global markets. Through my work at the Foreign Trade Service Corps, I have also seen how ASEAN is opening new pathways for innovation through deeper economic integration and digital connectivity. As we chair ASEAN this year, we see an opportunity to champion an innovation ecosystem that is inclusive, trusted, and future-ready. One where women are not merely participants in the digital economy. So if si Attorney Vida po wants to use the term just, I want to use the term that for the women in the room, wag po nating sabihin na babae lang tayo, babae ka lang. Dapat lagi nating sasabihin babae ka at ikaw ay lalaban. So, women are not merely participants in the digital economy, but innovators, business leaders, and exporters shaping the region's future. In ASEAN, I've also witnessed and moved forward the Philippines' growing agenda on how we negotiate the inclusion of women, gender, and inclusivity in the overall discussion in the region and with our dialogue partners. This conversation for me is especially timely. AI is transforming the way we create, innovate, and compete. The question before us is not whether women can keep pace with this transformation, but how governments, businesses, and institutions can ensure that they are empowered to lead it. When we talk about women and intellectual property in the Philippines, I think the conversation should move beyond simply increasing the number of women filing patents or trademarks. We were sent some statistics on filings and trademarks the other day. So our goal should not be more IP filings for the sake of statistics. Our goal should be more women turning their ideas into businesses, their businesses into brands, and their brands into globally competitive enterprises. At the Department of Trade and Industry, we do not just help women start businesses. We help them build enterprises. Our support spans the entire entrepreneurial journey. So as you see on the screen, from business registration and mentoring to financing, product development, intellectual property protection, digital transformation, and ultimately access to ASEAN and global markets. Our goal is to ensure that every woman entrepreneur has the tools not only to survive, but to innovate, scale, and compete internationally. I look forward to exchanging ideas with my well-accomplished co-panelists on how we can work together to build an ecosystem where every woman has the opportunity not only to start a business, but to innovate, protect her ideas, scale her enterprise, and thrive in ASEAN, in the Philippines, and beyond. Maraming salamat po.
Completing our lineup of speakers for the first session, our next speaker is a pioneering leader in the Philippine creative industry whose vision has helped position Filipino talent on the global stage. For more than 2 decades, she has led world-class animation and digital content production, contributing to international acclaimed films and AAA video game franchises while demonstrating the excellence of Filipino creativity. Today, her advocacy has evolved beyond producing content to championing creation, ownership, protection, and commercialization of original Filipino intellectual property. Through her leadership in the creative industry and as the president of the country's Association for Original Content Creators, she champions policies, partnerships, and initiatives that strengthen the Philippine creative economy, empowering creators and inspiring Filipino innovators to transform original ideas into globally competitive intellectual property ecosystem. Her work is driven by a simple belief that the future of the creative economy belongs not only to those who can create ideas, but to those who can protect, own, and grow them. Please help me welcome the founder and the Chief Executive Officer of Animation Vertigo and Animation Vertigo Asia, and also the President of the Creative Content Creators Association of the Philippines, or CCAP, Ms. Marla Rauch.
Good morning, everyone, and thank you again for having me here. I thank the IPO Phil, of course, DDG Kabuchan for inviting me. It's nice to see so many familiar faces here, and it's so encouraging because we know and understand exactly what is so important with creatives is the right to own what they make, which is intellectual property. So I think the hard part about speaking last is that the things that you prepared to say weeks ago has already been said multiple times by speakers ahead of you. So allow me instead to speak on my experiences. So I'm coming to you, as JD has so nicely introduced, from over 20 years. I started when I was 10. For over 20 years of Animation Vertigo, I have worked with Filipino artists, producers, and technical professionals contributing to global games and entertainment projects. Global IP such as, and I don't know if this is the right audience for it, Call of Duty, Mortal Kombat, Madden, Resident Evil, and others that I cannot mention. Now, we all have seen women take on difficult work, manage international clients, lead teams, and solve problems under real production pressure. So for me, there is no question. I think we don't have to question that, seeing as the one who has led this particular forum is in fact one very strong woman. There is no question about whether women have the talent or ability to compete globally. We have all seen them do it over and over again. Now, Animation Vertigo is a service company. Most of the work that we do is work for hire. We may help animate a character or bring a performance to life, but we understand that the intellectual property belongs to our clients. It is clear in our contract, and it is part of our business model. We may be credited, but sometimes we're not. This is a distinction that is sometimes easy for creators to miss. Helping to create something does not necessarily mean that you own it. Through SeekUp, and now as we move towards becoming the Original Content Association, I've met with creators who are working with ideas of their own, and discussions with them made me look more closely at creation, authorship, and ownership. As our goal is to ensure sustainable creators, this is very important. So what has helped women succeed? I like that we've emphasized on just. I'm very, very particular about how women speak, not because I feel like they don't speak well, because we tend to underestimate ourselves. We tend to diminish ourselves for whatever reason. So just, we were just talking about it, lang is another thing. Or if I say, this might already have been said, but I just want to say, or these are words that women tend to do because we are used to a world that is not used to hearing our voices. And in my experience, women grow when they are given three things, one of which has already been said, which is access. It means being given real work, not only training exercises, but actual projects with real standards and real consequences. It is not a checkbox to ensure diversity. This is a personal pet peeve of mine. I've known so many women and know so many strong women that do not need somebody say so to say, we have 9 guys already, we need 1 more girl. I have been part of panels where it's all men, my industry being a male-dominated industry. And sometimes I have to ask whether or not they've invited me because I'm the only woman that was going to be on that panel, and so that they can say that they were making sure that there was diversity in their speakers. Second, trust. Trust means creating space for women to lead and make decisions and take responsibility. I have watched women in my team become more confident simply because someone trusted them with the work that mattered. They did not suddenly become capable. They were always capable, but they were finally just given the opportunity to demonstrate that capability. And then there is support. I don't think I would be where I am without the mentors that I've had all through my life. And mentorship is so important, if not for the mere reason that women, girls need to see women succeeding. Having clear expectations, recognition, and an environment where asking questions is not treated as a weakness. And that support must also include IP and contract knowledge, guidance in negotiations. Now, it should be clear for our creators whether they're working for hire, whether they're recognized as an author, what rights they own, and what rights they may be assigning. Because confidence may come from doing meaningful work, but ownership comes from understanding she has complete control over that work. So through SeekUp, I see a common thread among all our creators. They usually can tell me why they made what they're creating. They're doing it for their children. They're doing it for their family. They're doing it for culture, or because they simply love the story and they feel the need for it to exist. That part of creating a story comes very naturally. What is often less clear is what happens after. How will people find it? How will it earn? Can the characters be licensed? Can the story be adapted into animation, film, games, or merchandise? Which rights should the creator retain? And what is she agreeing to when she signs a contract? I understand this much more personally now through Afternoons with Lapu-Lapu, my own original IP that I'm developing. I don't only think about whether the story is good. I have to think about, how do I protect the characters and the concept? How can I make sure that my ownership is proven? How can I find my audience? And how do I decide how to grow the property? The experience concretized the message I share, that owning IP is not only about preventing someone from taking those ideas, it is about accepting responsibility for what happens next to that idea. That is the journey we need to help more women make. From creator to recognized author, to informed rights holder, and to an entrepreneur who can build lasting value from those rights. And the work is already happening. Now, the value must follow. And so we like to say create, own, and become original. Now, before I end, I would like to acknowledge that I've used AI on my slides, and I've marked them on the bottom to say that it is AI generated. And the reason I did this is because I have been searching through my photos and I could not, for the life of me, find anything that showed a lot of women working together, just women. And I have a vision. If there are such things as tech bros who are coming together to innovate, I also want to have empowered women coming together, innovating, and commercializing. I believe that the brain is very strong, but it tends to lie to us. So we need to have a vision. And so I create the vision in my head. And the vision is a room full of women creating, owning, and becoming original. So thank you so much.
Thank you, Marla. And we'll now be calling Attorney Vida, Yusek Nora, and Chief of Staff Jeremy to join me here on stage as we turn the speakers to becoming panelists. Mike. Okay. Mic test. Well, let's check all our microphones. While they're checking, can we have a round of applause for panelists for the first session? May I just first know who are here the students mentioned by DDG Kabuchan? Can you please stand up? Students, we wanted to see where are you situated right now? We have plenty of students, you're shy. According to Marla, she said empowered women and students. Thank you very much. Can we have a round of applause for the students? Okay, because we got the photo a while back because 50 years from now, we will be checking the history and we will say that this room was packed with people who like to celebrate IP and building IP-centric and IP enabled ecosystem. So actually, the most exciting part here now is to bring back to a conversation wherein we've overemphasized a while back by DG Ted and DDG Kabuchan how important it is to talk about IP. Apologies, I know that there are about 30 plus lawyers in this room and you've been fighting and promoting IP, and I think you actually value the idea of the 21st century literacy. It is not actually not to write, to talk, to sing and all. This is actually our ability to learn things and relearn things and somehow unlearn things. And I think it was a feedback from the panels that the journey towards IP protection and promotion is very dynamic and intriguing. So the first question that I will be asking is actually on the premise that we have already had the significant progress in the way we promote and protect IP, and we have been hearing a lot of underrepresentation of women in innovation-driven and innovation-centric sectors. So there's two parts of the question. Please identify the first barrier or the most important significant barrier that you think will actually hinder the participation of women, especially in IP ownership and IP ecosystem in general. And second part of the question is more about what do you think should have been the intervention? If none, then you could actually propose an intervention. So it's more of what is the barrier, the topmost barrier, why women still is underrepresented. Can we start with Attorney Vida?
I think, as I mentioned earlier, the first barrier would be recognition of ideas as intellectual properties. More often than not, you have an idea, but you don't realize that this could be IP and ergo, it could be an asset. So that's why, for me, education is very important. Not only women, everyone should be made aware of what IP is.
Attorney Vida, we're talking about education, about formal or informal or what?
Whatever.
Whatever.
Any form of education, whether formal, informal, even a commercial or an ad, anything that would make people realize what IP is. Because in my experience, usually I send out demand letters to infringers.
Who wants to receive demand letter from a lawyer? Kidding aside.
Yeah, but for me, I'm always culture sensitive, and this is what I always explain to clients. You cannot just write a very nasty demand letter. Part of it is educating the recipient of that letter, because more often than not, you receive responses such as, ay, bawal po ba yun?
Okay.
Ay, ganun pala, hindi po namin alam kasi nakikita namin sa ganito, ginagawa nila yan eh. So that's why awareness in whatever form, whether formal or informal education, is very
So
important.
it just makes sense that the lack of awareness could always be intervened by education,
Yes.
the formal. Thank you very much, Attorney Vida. Ms. Marla, for sure. You have also already opened the Pandora box a while back about barriers to women participation. Perhaps you can expound to that, Ms. Marla?
Yeah, I think absolutely. I echo what Attorney Vida said. I think the greatest way and one of the greatest powers that women have is our ability to be community. There cannot be a place where if you go somewhere, there is not a group of women that if they're not gossiping, they're talking about something, right? For me, we have groups of women that talk about business. They talk about what are we going to do? The entertainment industry is going crazy. Where should we go? What should we do? or venting about a boy. Now, other than that, the strength of having a community of women, of course, especially if it's a community of women who has different journeys in creativity, which is in creatives, which is my my scope here, is that we then learn from one another, not just awareness, but also to see the path, to see that the path is possible, to see that, oh, if she's able to do it, maybe then I can also. And as a community, we tend to also help each other up.
So women needs women.
Absolutely, all the time.
Thank you, Marla. Yusek Nora. Well, some people will say Yusek Noya, but allow me to call you Yusek Noya to be
It's
very
okay.
close to you, Yusek.
Thank you. Thank you. Noya is my Hebrew name, and those who are closer with me in my
So we will say Yusek Nora. Well,
that's formal.
and then Yusek Noya, more closeness.
Yes, yes. Thank you. You know, disregard all the possible questions. Throw it away.
Yeah, exactly.
When JD is here, it's about conversation, and it's going to be a different set of questions. But you spoke about the barriers. Let me contextualize it in maybe in a bigger picture, and would summarize it into access,
Okay.
the ecosystem, and the resilience
Okay.
part. So for me, I'd like to uh, uh, put the top priority in my in my interaction with others, especially in ASEAN. The first one, the first barrier is really self-imposed. It's about mindset. And also in today's world, it is the ability to learn the skill of resilience because the world has changed. So that barrier would need skills building, mentoring, and also culture, as they mentioned. The second one is at that stage where the IP owner or the business that has intellectual property is in the plateau. This is the stage when the business is too small for microfinance, is too large for microfinance, and too small for institutional financing. So the barrier is around funding for expansion and for growth. That will entail a lot of players in the ecosystem and policy. And I think this requires an all of the nation or
Yeah.
a lot of players working together. So
Thank
that's
you,
it. Thank
Yusek
you.
Noya, because it was presented, you have, this deduced it in a bit, because we're talking about community, not just access and awareness, but I think mindset. And I think the keynote address of DDG TED a while back is actually building IP-centric culture, and the emphasis of culture vis-a-vis mindsetting is very important in this conversation. We'll revisit that. Jeremy, do you have anything to add in terms of barriers and how interventions will definitely help them break it?
Thank you, JD. For the DTI, for the Department of Trade and Industry, I think the challenge is no longer on promoting entrepreneurship to women. Based on our latest trade statistics, almost 59% of our business name registrations are actually women-led entrepreneurs.
Okay.
So I think the challenge now is more on moving up and scaling up our micro enterprises into becoming globally competitive enterprises, export-driven women entrepreneurs. But of course, attaining that, the barriers that you were asking earlier, for me, one of the barriers, of course, would be how they can create IP into a more commercially meaningful asset that they have, because many entrepreneurs fail to protect and IPnize their story, their brands. So what in our trade fairs now, we encourage IPO to participate in the trade fairs simply because these enterprises, they want to be export ready, but we need to protect their brands, their identity, because they can create meaning, they can create commercial value to that brands and identity. So the intervention that I am looking at for them is actually not program based, but more on, as what Yusek Noya mentioned earlier, it's more of creating an integrated ecosystem where women entrepreneur thrives. So it's not a one-stop shop, but like a one-stop shop. You know what I mean? It's like when women wants to do business, they just go into this office and all the steps that they want to do is there. So that's the intervention that I want. And then again, as I mentioned earlier, wearing the hat now of FTSC as Foreign Trade Service Officer, I think one area that we can intervene is how to create connections for our women entrepreneurs to be connected globally. We can do business matching, we can do sessions, we can encourage you to partner with potential leaders outside of the Philippines.
It's good to hear that our MSMEs, where actually 1 million of them are actually more or less more than half are actually led by women. But it's good that we pointed out that they were able to enter the room. But as we all know, business name registration, sometimes it will not flourish in terms of a business, or whether they're able to get into the room, how to navigate the room is also very important. And you pointed it out more so when they would like to be global and in the international arena. Let's have a personalized discussion here based on your experience. And I'll try to touch it on with Attorney Vida, because you know, you've for sure research or study the evolution, right? And the development of the IP ecosystem. And sometimes I just wanted to ask really, what has changed, right? And what challenge that remain to be stubborn, no? At the same time. And I hope to hear your thoughts about this, Attorney Vida.
You know, funny enough, what has changed and what has remained stubborn is the same. It's awareness.
Oh.
Yeah, I don't think we would have had this conversation 10 years ago. IP was such a, you know, because it's an intangible
To be
asset.
honest, if I talk about IP, elitist for me before I joined DTI, the more that I'm in DTI, thank God I was educated. But imagine if I have not been to IT, like intellectual ang mga tao kapag ka IP, so bright sila, and as in Bisaya, maayo jud sila. So I resonate with that,
Yes.
Attorney Vida.
Like I said, before we would have clients who would not even touch the Philippines on IP issues because it's this third world country in this far away land, you know. So all the more that we here in the Philippines are not aware of IP. Although much has changed and a lot of it we have to give credit to the IPO because they've been very proactive in coming up.
Uy, palakpakan naman natin. Narinig nyo ba yun? IPOPhil has been very proactive. Pagka ganon, you have to join us here. Okay lang ba? Is the snacks being served right now? Sometimes participation is also, yeah. If you hear that IPOPhil has did a great job, what will you do? Clap your hands. Okay. I'm sorry to interrupt, Attorney Vida, kasi some people are not listening really intently. Okay, they will soon.
So now, there are more people who have been made aware of IP, even if you're watching the movies, right? Before the movie shown, there's this educational clip about you cannot copy, you cannot screenshot, etc. And with the onset of social media as well, buzzword na ngayon ng copyright.
Yeah.
Baka ma-copyright ako.
Even though it's not really copyright, it's another one. Okay.
Yes, that's right. But at least, the knowledge is forming. So, but again, we still have a ways to go, which is why it is also a challenge. Awareness, education remains to be a challenge.
Yeah, it's very interesting to say that the problem before has remained something that will still haunt us. And I think it will also be a challenge to the IP economy, not just IPOPhil, to continue to do awareness program. Yusek Noya, you've been working with ASEAN, definitely before when you became an Undersecretary of DTI, definitely you've been working in a lot of regional cooperation, even in the global arena. But now being the senior advisor for women, and definitely, so the ASEAN has been promoting integration very closely. But then do you think that such integration posted more of challenges or opportunities?
Definitely, I'm an optimistic person, so I see more opportunities. And part of being able to capture the opportunities will be to overcome the challenges. Across the ASEAN region, the maturity or the maturation level of different ASEAN member states would vary depending on the focus, depending on the level of fragmentation, and depending also on the will.
So when you say maturity or maturation level of the AMS or the member states,
Yes.
that also affect the way we see IP ecosystem working.
Yes. For example, I just came, we were just fresh from Singapore. We attended a business forum. And based on my observation, Singapore is much more mature
Okay.
in the development of IP protection as well as commercialization. And it is because of focus on, say, biotech, for instance,
Okay.
and other parts of technology, more on the industrial design and so forth and so on. And I see that Thailand, for instance, is focusing on creatives, things that they have been doing well in the past, including agri-tech.
Okay.
In, say, Indonesia, it's very heritage-based, but the very focus of them is really basic. It's more literacy. Literacy and also making sure that IPOFIL is promoting very vigorously. So it's more around continuous appreciation of what IP is. Now I talk about the Philippines.
Yes.
We are one of the fastest growing in terms of intellectual property.
But that
adoption.
reminds you another good news.
Yes.
Okay, to have the fastest growing.
Fastest growing, right?
Totoo ba to, Attorney
See?
Vida? Okay, ito to.
So I think we're the third. Is that?
Yes,
Yes,
yes. In,
so-
especially in intangible asset based on the lecture of DDG Kapuchan.
Yes, yes. I don't know the details, but that's very encouraging.
Yeah.
But where the maturation level we have is that the fragmentation.
Okay.
I think we have to be friction busters. In the Philippines, we have to bust all the frictions so that the ecosystem will be more connected.
So you mean, Yusek Noye, sometimes economic integration could also make lives easier or harder for
Harder.
women innovators?
Across ASEAN, because it's not mandated that you adopt, it's based on ASEAN centrality, based on mutual recognition.
Okay, okay.
So it's not mandated. So we still have those opportunities for cross-border collaboration. A lot of opportunities out there.
Thank you, Yusek Noye. Now, Jeremy, help me with this because you have represented the Philippines overseas and definitely you have seen a lot of innovation ecosystem having a front row seat in all of this conversation. Is there any difference between how we do here in the Philippines and the rest of the world in terms of innovation? Because at the end of the day, we may talk about IP, but a while back in all of the presentation, innovation was a central theme. And apart from innovation, it was creativity. Is it different here in the Philippines and the rest of the world?
I would like to answer that by saying that the approach that each country has when it comes to IP and creativity varies depending on their priorities and how they want to do their respective development plans. So for example, in ASEAN now, in ASEAN post-2025 vision, which we negotiated, a part of what the Philippines promoted is actually creativity, creative economy being an area or a stream of competitiveness. And that's what the Philippines actually pushed through. And when we talk about creative economy, a big chunk of the support that we need to induce to make it happen is actually on intellectual property. And that's why we want to do more IP promotions and IP marketing. But it will be different if you talk about how Indonesia will approach, respectively based on their national goals, IP ecosystem. Singapore is also different. Thailand is different. It's actually based on what they prioritize and what they want to promote. Again, if we use creative economy in IP, our creative economy differs in the sense that for the Philippines, we have identified what creative economy means. But in other countries, in their creative economy varies also.
Okay.
So now, the way that some countries approach intellectual property again is based on their national development goals and how they correlate it with their strengths, the areas that they want to improve, as well as how they want their countries to be perceived by the world.
Speaking of creative economy, we have a globally recognized creative person here. You know, talent and creativity is everywhere, and undoubtedly, right? But what actually separate from a creative that can produce great creative outputs versus a creative that can make it into a business? Marla?
That's an amazing question and something that actually we've been trying to emphasize. A lot of times when we talk about our creators, they tend to think, I'm going to write this screenplay, I'm going to make this animation, I'm going to make this game, and then nothing.
Okay.
They don't think about what's next. They don't think about, okay, after I do this, what am I going to do next? How am I going to promote this? How am I going to commercialize this so that I make money so that I can do the next thing? The big part about that is, I like to say this is as you were saying, the ecosystem. The Philippines creative economy is, especially on the side that we have, is very much an outsourcing. We are a service provider. We provide services for creatives in 2D and 3D. We provide services for games and development and things like that. But what we don't emphasize is original content. It is intellectual property. We are missing a huge part of the creative economy by not creating something of our own. Why is it that after so long, decades of film, decades of animations, why haven't we been successful commercially, globally?
I always joke that I wanted to play with the Tikbalang game and to see some animation from our folklore and all, but I haven't seen much of that.
Exactly, because we do not have, unlike, in we go to education all the way out to creating something commercially. Our education does not connect to our industry. Our industry is very disconnected because we are all siloed, and animation here, games here, comics here, everybody is in different silos. But if you look at different nations, when they come to creative nations, you see that they look at it as an intellectual property. What is the thing that you're trying to sell? Is it a film, or is it the character and story? And if it's the character or story, then you should be able to create a game out of it. You should be able to create, according to your IP strategy, what you can build from it. So what's missing is is an original content ecosystem that allows our creatives to go from knowledge to go to creating, which we're very good at, to go to post-production, to go to audience building, to go to marketing, to promotions, which the DTI has certainly supported us with. And then going into, okay, once we've gotten that, how do we now go back and think about our IP strategy so that we can continue making the life of this IP even longer? I can't, I can imagine so many IPs out there, Pokemon, for example, where it's a game, it's a TV show, it's cards, it's restaurants. How much of a creative economy was taken from that one IP alone? And I'm sure everyone in this place can think of one Filipino IP that can be successful globally, that will allow itself to manifest in different media. But why have we not been able to do that?
And I think the question why could also be shared to the rest of you as we open the question and answer portion of this session. Can we hear anyone from you, your thoughts, your question? Maybe you would like to join the conversation. I think our colleagues are actually sharing the microphone. If you are too shy to come up here, baka normally ang mga Pinoy ay mahiyain. We can share our wireless microphone to the rest of you. We can actually accommodate Yes, sir. Could you please state your name here, sir? Thank you very much. Can we have a round of applause for our brave IP champion? Sir, please state your name and your organization, and please address your question to any of the members of the
Good
panel.
morning. My name is Joseph Franza. I'm with GMA International. So we work a lot with the Filipino diaspora. So I heard very wonderful things this morning from all of you and from our hosts. My question is, 11 million Filipinos living and working abroad. A lot of them have the desire to come home. They contribute what, $36 billion every year to the economy. And the demographic skews female, right? So the question is, in the name of inclusive growth and reintegration and opening up opportunities for them and for the families who depend on them, right? And that dependence would include spouses of seafarers based here. Who else? A lot of women folk that are actually creative wherever they are in the world or here in the Philippines. What are we doing to tap into the creativity that could be innate by now within the diaspora, given the cross-fertilization of ideas and the exposure to different cultures around the world? Thanks.
I'm very happy that this is not a Miss Universe a top 5 session, right? That was a really very interesting question, but I think that's one of the timely questions that we ask in the name of inclusivity, in the name of looking at things. So who wants to share? I think maybe Marla, who've been traveling across the world just to promote original Filipino creative outputs.
Thank you for that question. That was actually quite interesting because when you said, people from diaspora and finding opportunities to be able to be creative and to connect back home and things like that, it made me think of a friend of mine who actually lives in Switzerland. She is Swiss Filipino, and she has one of the. I was grateful to actually meet her when she was just starting with her brand. She does Filipina modern wear. And Pampinay for me was such an eye-opener because it started at a time when they were looking for their graphic artists, they create things, they build things. And during the pandemic, they reached out to the weavers, to the sewers from Montalban and all these areas because they lost work. And so using the network that they had where they lived, her and her partner, her partner is a woman as well in London, they found a way to actually connect the community from the sewers here, connect with the weavers where the communities that they couldn't sell, and then using the knowledge that they knew so that they can put something together that today is actually one of the more popular and one of the most successful modern Filipiniana thing. So not only is it popular here, but it's also also very, very popular abroad because she's had fashion shows, she's held discussions about the type of work, the type of fashion that she does. And I think it brings up the fact that we need to be able to give those avenues so that people from abroad, those who want to be able to touch base, those who want to be able to build something, give them the means to be able to reach these weavers, these sewers, and collaboration is key to any creativity. So if we can get that going, I think that has the opportunity to build more of these brands and more of these opportunities.
Thank you, Marla. So it was saying that you don't have to go back to the Philippines as an OFW. There's another concept of reintegration wherein you can stay in Switzerland, in London, but then you are still being connected to your very roots and create business because you have opportunities there. You have knowledge that you have been transferred to you and then create something spectacular. That's a wonderful way to put it. Jeremy, you like to add?
Yes, thank you, JD, and thank you, sir, for the question. My take on this is that because you mentioned about films and you mentioned about using the Filipino diaspora outside to create something for ourselves, for the country. My take is that yes, it's okay to use our Filipino diaspora in promoting and maintaining the brand. It's actually a good strategy that when we export, when we do collaboration, we use our brands. But my take actually is more of um the world is our market, and the market that we have is not limited to Filipinos. What I'm saying is that when we create products and services, our market should be from a wider audience and not just to our fellow countrymen. So when we do films, that's what we're doing actually. We're helping production companies, we're helping production outfits through our foreign trade service core outside to participate in film festivals and in making sure that we commercialize our content, in making sure that there is an appetite for our content towards a greater audience and not just for the Filipinos. I'm not downplaying the Filipino diaspora. Of course, they help us in promoting our exports, their brands, our stories, our narratives. But ultimately, the way that we see commercialization now, the way that we do content, create more enterprises, we must have a vision and an understanding that the market that we have is not limited to Filipinos, but our market is really the world. It's a global market out there that we need to penetrate and that we need to push.
I think the Secretary of Trade and Industry, Secretary Chris Roque, has been championing the two Pinoys. It's the Tatak Pinoy program and the Malikaing Pinoy. And I think that could be an answer to you, sir, in terms of how the government, for example, on this side are helping. But is there anything you would like to add to that,
I
sir?
just wanted to build on the conversation. I guess my thoughts are the engineer, for example, working
Okay.
for 20 years in the Middle East,
Okay, and then
could have new ideas or innovations that could be IP registered, not
Mhm.
just for the Philippines, but for global exploitation. You have Dado Banatao, for example,
Mm.
a Filipino American who made it big as a tech bro, right? May he rest in peace. And then in the medical profession as well, I'm thinking beyond being celebrated in TV series as nurses in
Okay.
America, I'm sure a lot of them have ideas on how to improve the profession. And they should be IP registered to benefit the Philippines and the world.
Yeah.
And hopefully beyond seeing domestic helpers on Sundays in Hong Kong, I know a lot of them are entrepreneurial.
Yeah.
Some of those ideas that they have are actually, I don't know, nurtured by some generous hosts or employers of theirs. So what are we doing in the Philippines to tap in this vast resource called the global Filipino?
Thank you very much. We'll continue the conversation. We're still open to other questions. I think any conversation in this session will definitely not be ended because we still have two sessions and perhaps we build on to that. And some of the answers that may not have been cleared or answered very in full could be answered later on. Do you have any more questions from the audience? Okay. Do we have questions? You had to add to, you want to be a panelist? Okay, no. Okay, it was so much of that for the entire day. I have some list of questions here that has been prepared. Should questions like this, but then I think one thing that we can actually ask our panelists here is because the session is called women winning in IP, right? So I would like them to perhaps complete the statement such as saying that women win in IP when? So it parang tongue twister, no? Women win in IP when? So please complete this and perhaps that would be our concluding remarks for each one of us and we will welcome the next session. Attorney Vida, please fill the first exam for the day. which is women win in IP
When they find their voice, it could be in a successful business. It could be because you've already commercialized strategically, but IP gives you that voice to be recognized and to be heard.
Very interesting. Can I have a round of applause for Attorney Vida?
Women win in IP when they realize that creativity isn't just art, it is also a business. And if they understand that, then they can always be a woman creative.
Wonderful. That was Marla. I remember that when I was still an acting deputy executive director of the Philippine Creative Industries Development Council Secretariat, I was always asked why is it that DTI has been promoting business and commercialization of art, culture, creativity, heritage, tradition, and it should not be because it's priceless. The diaspora is priceless. And I will always reply and saying that if you're a guitarist and before you play your guitar, tumunog yung tiyan mo, it will be difficult, right? But for you to be able to sustain your artistry and creativity, and you're able to become a guitarist as you wanted it to be, there's always entrepreneurial aspect of this and business and commercialization. But then we're not putting so much price on creativity, but then we wanted you to sustain. And thank you, Marla, for reminding us up. Yusek Noya.
Women win in IP when they are empowered. Empowered to think beyond content, but think bigger, which is industrial development and creating products and services that could be IP'd. Second is to make sure IP is commercialized. They are empowered to do so and come up with a solution that solves the problem. An idea should address the market. And it could be industrial design processes. So it's not just creating movies, but building an ecosystem for industrial development.
I love the idea. It should be IP'd or IPable.
IPable.
Yes, IP'd and IPable, interestingly, because gone are the days that we don't know how to commercialize IP. iFulfill is here with us, so there's no reason for you not to do so. And I think the room is filled with all IP champions. Can I have a round of applause for Yusek Nor? And the last but not the least, Jeremy.
Thank you, JD. For me, women win in IP when no woman has to innovate alone, and when borders don't limit innovation. We have to go there. We have to go out, and we have to ensure that our women can participate, innovate, and excel.
And I live
Yes,
in
yeah.
that level. I don't have to expand. Can I have a round of applause for everybody for tuning in and for joining our conversation. We hope to continue this in the coming days. Mabuhay. He has been your moderator, JD. Maraming salamat. Daghang salamat.
Thank you. Deputy Director General Credo Cabochan to help present these awards to our esteemed and charismatic panel.
We're giving it a round of applause for Miss Marla Rausch. Can I have a round of applause?
Thank you again to our panelists from Session 1, Director JD, COS Jeremiah, VP Nora, Ms. Marla, and Attorney Vida. So we would just like to announce at this point that snacks and
Okay pa ba? Kaya pa? How do you top that, right? That was a fantastic opening session, and we hope to live up to the pressure of being, equally insightful and educational, and at the same time entertaining. That was a panel full of empowered individuals, very beautiful panelists, the crown of which belongs to the moderator, of course, the most beautiful among the panel. Welcome to session 2. Session 2 is on the elephant in the room, artificial intelligence. And we are very, very privileged and fortunate to have, not really elephants, but elephant level intelligence and expertise in our panel today. And allow me to introduce them. We'll change the format a bit. We want this session to be truly enjoyable but interactive, and we want everybody to relax. So we'll call everybody now in the panel, and then we will exchange ideas. And we hope you all join in this discourse because this is really important. Okay? So our first panelist is a distinguished lawyer, corporate executive, and public servant whose contributions have significantly shaped the intellectual property landscape in the Philippines and the region. As Director General of the Intellectual Property Office of the Philippines from 2020 to 2024, he led the agency through the challenges of the pandemic while accelerating its digital transformation and strengthening IP enforcement. His recent recognitions include being named as one of the 50 most influential people in IP 2023 by Managing IP, receiving the UPAA Distinguished Alumnus Award in Public Service in 2024, and most recently being honored as the 2026 IP Champion by IPOPhil. Today, he continues to influence policy and industry as consultant for regulatory and corporate affairs of To Go Group. Please join me in welcoming Attorney Roel S. Barba. A round of applause, please. Our next panelist has dedicated his career to advancing research, innovation, technology transfer, and commercialization. A Cornell University-trained academic, entrepreneur, and public servant, Dr. Napoleon Juanillo has held leadership roles in the academe, international development, and government. He currently serves as Assistant Secretary for Technology Transfer and Commercialization at the Department of Science and Technology, where he is helping drive the country's innovation agenda and strengthen pathways for bringing research outputs to market. He also contributed to the Philippine Development Plan 2023 to 2028 as a senior consultant on research, development, technology, and innovation. Please welcome Dr. Napoleon K. Juanillo Jr.
Our third panelist is one of the country's leading advocates for intellectual property protection, technology transfer, and innovation management in higher education. As University Legal Counsel and Director of the Intellectual Property Office of De La Salle University, he has played a pivotal role in building innovation ecosystems within the academe. Among his recent achievements, he serves as president of the Alliance of Tech Transfer Professionals of the Philippines, or ATOP, is a member of the AUTM ASEAN Committee representing the Philippines, and was among the first trainers and the only Filipino trainer in the WIPO Harvard Patent X program. He is currently teaching in the 5th edition of Patent X, further strengthening global IP education and capacity building. Please welcome Attorney Christopher Cruz, PhD. Our final panelist brings a unique blend of legal expertise, public sector leadership, and innovation policy experience. Currently serving as Director 3 of the Innovation Staff of the Department of Economy, Planning, and Development, and Assistant Director of the National Innovation Council Secretariat. Attorney Diego Santiago is at the forefront of shaping the country's innovation ecosystem. His career has spanned private legal practice, the Supreme Court, local government, and national policy making. In Pasig City, he helped lead initiatives in procurement, reform, economic development, business regulation, and sustainable livelihood programs, experiences that continue to inform his work in driving innovation at the national level. Please join me in welcoming, with his lavender suit, Attorney Diego Luis Santiago. Okay, thank you very much to our very powerful panel on AI. Let me sit here. Okay, so we start with emphasizing the value of intellectual property and how women plays a very critical and pivotal role in the development of intellectual property. But now we have the gigantic task of discussing and dissecting the elephant in the room, which is artificial intelligence. And we really want to have a conversation on the interplay of intellectual property and AI, and how these two will not be mutually exclusive but working towards a common goal. We have invited our distinguished panelists to come up with opening perspectives on the topic, and we'll start with our very own DG, Attorney Roel Barba, to start with his opening insights on how IP and probably on how the organization he represents really look at AI as a driver for IP development. DJ Roel, please.
Thank you very much, Attorney Vina. First of all, allow me to greet all of you. Good morning. Great to see familiar faces, friends haven't seen for a long time. And thank you very much to IPOPHIL, DDG Ann, for the invitation to be with you this morning. I was telling the group earlier that I should have been in the panel on women. I know more of women than AI. I do not claim to be an expert on AI, but allow me to share some of my thoughts about AI. So good day, everyone. Artificial intelligence is rapidly transforming the way we create, innovate, and do business. It can generate text, images, music, software, and even assist in scientific discovery. This raises an important question. What does AI mean for intellectual property? I believe the answer can be summed up in 3 points. What changes, what stays, and what's next? First, what changes? AI is changing how intellectual assets are created. Today, AI can help invent products, write articles, design logos, and produce creative works in minutes. This challenges traditional concepts of authorship and inventorship. Around the world, questions are being asked. Who owns AI-generated content? Can AI be an inventor? How should copyrighted materials be used to train AI systems? These are complex issues, and many IP offices and courts of different countries are still developing the answers. Second, what stays? While technology is changing, the purpose of intellectual property remains the same: to encourage innovation, reward creativity, and promote economic growth. Patents continue to protect inventions. Copyright protects original human expression. Trademarks build trust in brands. The core values of originality, fairness, and accountability remain as relevant as ever. Most importantly, human creativity remains at the heart of the IP system. AI is a powerful tool, but it should enhance, not replace, human ingenuity. Finally, what's next? The future calls for balanced and forward-looking policies. Governments, businesses, universities, and creators must work together to develop clear rules that encourage innovation while protecting intellectual property rights. For the Philippines, AI presents a tremendous opportunity. By combining AI with strong intellectual property system, we can empower Filipino inventors, innovators, researchers, startups, and creative industries to compete globally. In closing, AI is changing the way we innovate, but it does not change why intellectual property exists. Innovation will always begin with human imagination, ideation. AI may accelerate creativity, but it is the people who provide the vision, judgment, and responsibility. Our challenge is not to choose between AI and humans, but to build an IP system where both work together to create a more innovative and prosperous future. Maraming salamat po.
Thank you very much, DG Roel. Now we go to AD Diego.
So good morning, everyone. Good morning. I hope everyone's enjoying the first morning session. So just to echo and cognizant of the time, I'll also be presenting a snapshot of our presentation. So I'm Diego Santiago, Assistant Director of the Department of Economy, Planning and Development, the former NEDA. So part of our function here in terms of artificial intelligence is that the DepDev under the NAIS PH was assigned the role of developing the artificial intelligence governance framework of the Philippines. So part of my presentation will be to sort of provide an update from our presentation last June 11 to the President at the National Innovation Council meeting. None other than the President himself just a week ago mentioned that, and I quote, "Artificial intelligence is here to stay, and we harness its potential to support and enhance critical sectors from education to our industries." We've seen the numbers on the Philippines being a strong adopter of artificial intelligence. We've seen how many of our enterprises and establishments at the private sector alone has adopted artificial intelligence tools to enhance productivity and strengthen its ability to contribute to economic development. And we've seen percentages that businesses have thrived here. But of course, as with many innovations, and I know we have some students here and we've been discussing the term innovation over and over again, and we always emphasize the statutory definition of innovation as something which is a new or improved process, but it does not just stop there. It also must be something that could be diffused in the market, and something that has a lasting impact. So the threefold definition of innovation permeates all of our advances in that field. So when we see innovation and the potential for artificial intelligence, we also note that this may have a separate aspect of perhaps, if it's not harnessed properly, of achieving a future we do not seek. Yung tinatawag po na langit lupa or unwanted future under our National Innovation Agenda Strategy Document 2023 or 2032 to 2032, where our innovation on artificial intelligence will just create more inequalities, if not for the governance framework, if not for sectors being able to keep up, if we're able to continually develop without ensuring the inclusion of our marginalized stakeholders. Under the 2025 Government Readiness Index, the Philippines has a global ranking of 43. We note that part of the report would be our strengths. This would be in policy capacity and governance. DDG Ann mentioned earlier that very recently, the Creatives, a diagnostic report, was also presented. And we noted there that one of our strengths, even with the creatives industry, would be our governance framework, our institutions, our capacity for policy. And that also emphasized that our current laws, our institutions, our ability to regulate is already present. No? We have existing laws which are already available for us to help develop, deploy, and regulate artificial intelligence. Of course, these present laws do not encompass the entirety of artificial intelligence. There are still some gaps within AI or the governance of AI in the country, which we seek to address to a governance framework. However, this does not mean that we will need to legislate a new AI law with the idea that there is no existing legal and regulatory framework or developmental framework here in the country. Our existing laws, as mentioned, already support the advent of AI here in the country. For the DepDev, we presented, as mentioned, we presented last June 11 to the President and the National Innovation Council our AI governance framework for the Philippines. For those who may not be as aware, the National Innovation Council, as chaired by the President of the Philippines and as vice-chaired by the Secretary of the Department of Economy, Planning and Development, is 18 executive members strong, with 7 executive members which represent the private sector, the academe, the science and technology sector, MSMEs, and business. So we note that we were able to present a framework which does not only indicate the executive and the government, but also the private and public other members of the public sector, which we know are important stakeholders when it comes to AI development. So after the presentation, a presidential directive was issued instructing the NIC and the DepDev to revise its framework. And it was so interesting because we were able to see the thrust and direction for artificial intelligence here in the country. And that was to leverage on the ability of the private sector to innovate, to set industry standards, to ensure that government does not overregulate artificial intelligence. This does not mean that there will be no regulations. There are many ways to abuse artificial intelligence, either purposely or negligently. And it is government's thrust to ensure that there would still be these safeguards and penalties for those who would seek to abuse artificial intelligence. And that would be government's function here, to be a watchdog. Even as we innovate, we ensure also that the harms that artificial intelligence could create would also be addressed through our framework. So in finalizing the framework, we go for 4 overarching policy commitments. First, the one that safeguards the sovereignty and long-term sustainability of the Philippine economy and society through the responsible use of AI. Second, it enables innovation by establishing a supportive and adaptive environment for AI research, development, and deployment. Kudos to our partner agencies because various agencies and our departments have already been very proactive in their own sector-specific AI programs. Of course, the IPOPHIL, and we can discuss this later, has been one of those at the forefront of understanding how artificial intelligence and intellectual property work together to protect our human creators and to spur on innovation. We also adopt a human-centered and rights-based approach to AI, ensuring that systems uphold dignity, equity, and societal well-being. In no way should artificial intelligence innovation trample on the human element, which should never be seen as not indispensable towards our production. And finally, we ensure data privacy, security, and accountability by enforcing robust safeguards for data subjects, developers, and users. To conclude, the DepDev has seen in its own programs and projects. So we have two innovation grants, one for the private sector and one for government agencies. For the private sector, we've seen how organically our small businesses, our startups have innovated through the use of artificial intelligence tools to be more competitive, to be able to fix solutions they've seen in the regions. And these are just some of the programs and projects that have been funded to our grants, leveraging on the use of artificial intelligence. When I was still in the LGU of Pasig, we were an innovation grantee. And we were able to use the grant for a citizen-centric traffic monitoring management. Baka lang may ibang magsabi, bakit traffic pa rin sa Pasig? But of course, it's a long-paced project. And we're very glad because this AI tool has likewise been adopted as an innovation grant for the city of Naga. So these have been diffused across the markets, these solutions which help our governance. And very recently, for our Presidential Innovation Awards, which started last year and continues up to now, we've seen how innovators at the startup level, at the MSM level, have likewise been able to utilize AI solutions to solve societal problems and create competition even among the global level. So once again, I'm very happy to be here and I'm very excited to be part of the discussion towards artificial intelligence. Maraming salamat.
Thank you very much, AD Diego. That was a very good summary of what the government is planning on doing and promoting AI into our to help our national development goals. Now we go to ASECNAP. Please do the honors.
Thank you very much, IPO Phil, for inviting the Department of Science and Technology to this forum. The Department of Science and Technology shares with you the view that intellectual property indeed is not simply a legal protection, but a strategic bridge between knowledge and real-world impact. As emphasized in this forum, IP plays a central role in transforming ideas into assets that can compete in a global technology-driven economy. But today, the transformation is being both accelerated and disrupted by artificial intelligence. AI is changing how we create, innovate, and even define ownership. It lowers barriers to entry, but also raises new questions about authorship, value, and fairness, especially for small players. And this is where the DOST's broader ecosystem becomes critical. At the DOST, we are building the institutional and technological infrastructure to support this shift. At the center of this is the National Artificial Intelligence Center for Research and Innovation, or NICRI, which was launched last February 26, 2026, as the country's flagship hub for AI research, advanced computing, and national technological strategy. Complementing NICRI are initiatives such as Talino AI. There's also I Wanna Know, and under the program Propel, and the Geospatial Analytics and Technology Solutions, or GATES, and the DIMER, or Data-Driven Innovation and Market Evaluation Resource. All of this collectively enable firms to navigate the complexity of AI-driven innovation. So, and beyond IP protection, we're also strengthening innovation support systems from R&D and funding to technology evaluation and standards through an initiative with the Commission on Higher Education. We call it the Philippine Technology Evaluation and Standards for Testing, or PHETEST, meaning to say, what good is a product idea? What good is a solution if these are not gonna be market ready and global competitive? And so through PHETEST, we're trying to ensure that our innovations, our technologies are pretty much in consonance with the legal systems and market requirements of the various global markets in the world. In this context, FITES plays a vital role as a bridge between innovation and trust, helping innovators or solutions developers validate their technologies so that protected IP can also become adopted solutions locally and globally. Ultimately, our goal is simple: to ensure that Filipino innovators are not only creators of knowledge, but owners of value and active participants in the global innovation economy. Looking forward to this interesting conversation. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Asek Nap. And now, last but not the least, Attorney Chris, please.
Yeah, thank you for this honor of being part of the panel. Since it is close to 12 p.m., I will not use the slides anymore, short of saying I did not prepare slides, and be direct and conversational. No, I will be coming from the perspective of the academe. I've been in teaching since no, since 35 years already. And I want to inject the role of the academe in this AI ecosystem. No, some points that I want to consider. Number one, the academe has the infrastructure. No, we have laboratories, we have research centers, and therefore, if you are an MSME or an entrepreneur, you don't need to have the resources of a big multinational company, no, to get you the facilities and resources. So the academe, the university, no, can help you in that respect. Number two, the academe is in a unique position because one feet is inside research and the other foot, I mean, no, is in business and industry and government. And we call that the Technology Licensing Office, or the TTO, no? So if you look at the triple helix model of innovation, no, where government, industry, and academe all contribute to social and economic development, I think that the academe is the bridge, no, because it talks to government through grants and sponsored research. It also talks to industry and business because most of the alumni of the academe of the university are the big tycoons. For example, if you go to De La Salle, you will find the names of the big tycoons in buildings. No, name them, lahat may pangalan, no, nandoon. So I think that that unique proposition for the academe is to be the vehicle and venue for research, government, and business to talk. So one more thing, no, in the university, well, it is expected, no, that we are the creators or producers of knowledge, and so the academe should be one of the first, no, who should verify, no, and confirm the authenticity of artificial intelligence. And in the university right now, no, there have been many ways of we have become creative in making assessments, no, or having exams. Because if your exam is easily answerable by the AI, then that's not that cannot be anymore, no. So what do we do? What we do is to have oral presentations, face-to-face meetings with the student, just to show to us, no, that the students know what they're talking about and that it just did not come from artificial intelligence. So in other words, the academe plays a big role because it is one of the major producers of knowledge through research and through grants and sponsored research. We think that the academe can also help, no, propel social and economic development in the age of AI. Thank you.
Thank you, Attorney Chris. Okay, so that's a good segue to how we are bridging all these interests now, because what we've seen in the past years are government agencies working in silos, each starting and maintaining their AI journey separately. But now we have a common goal, governance framework that will allow us to work towards the same direction. Okay? So sinimulan na kasi ni ni JD yung pang Miss Universe dito. So let us also do the same thing, no? Mr. Universe naman kasi naman 'di ba dashing gentlemen yung mga kasama ko sa panel. But if you were to describe AI in one word, medyo on the spot ha. What is your one word? Perhaps don't explain yet. Maybe during the discourse, you can explain why you chose that word. But give us that one word that you feel most aptly describes AI. Let's start with AD Diego.
No explanation yet, but definitely opportunity.
Thank you. Opportunity. And I think I have some ideas why you chose that word. Attorney Chris.
Ako naman, tool.
Tool. All right.
It's
ASEC.
for me, it's my co-creator.
Co-creator. That's very good. And DG, ano bang one word mo?
Wala nang naiiwan sa akin.
Wala lang. All of the above.
Ano na lang, sexy.
Sexy. Ako, my one word is really sovereign. Sovereign AI. But if I have a chance, I'll also explain later why I chose that word. Okay, so AI, ang dami ng discussions here and there about AI. But now we will try our best to focus on intellectual property. There's so many aspects of AI. There's cybersecurity, human rights, discrimination, etc., etc. But this time, we would like to devote this 1 hour on how intellectual property plays a role in AI development and how AI also helps in promotion of IP. So we've heard of the AI governance framework trying to address the harms that AI can introduce when it comes to our business operations and the community in general. DJ Ruel, let's start with you. What are the most pressing challenges that AI-enabled technologies really present to businesses and industry nowadays?
Yes, as I stated earlier, the primary challenge right now is who owns, di ba? AI-generated materials, AI-generated songs, AI-generated novels, stories, and even AI-generated inventions, di ba? Because each jurisdiction has its own rules. Each country has its own rules, regulations. So I think that's the main challenge right now, no? Second, danger in infringement cases, no? Because yun nga, they don't know who owns the we all know that AI is trained using copyrighted, protected materials. So there's always the danger that you will be exposed to infringement risks. Third, I can see because of the rapid development of AI rules by different countries, big companies now have to contend with multiple regulatory laws, di ba? So far yun muna ang tatlo. Marami pang iba but I think we can start with those.
Thank you, DG. Actually, those issues, ownership, infringement, multi-jurisdictional regulation are all present even without AI. Now that the elephant came barging in, AI, it complicates our life even more, no? Kasi these are the same issues, but we have to contend with AI really fundamentally transforming the way we work and the way we do things. Attorney Chris, ikaw naman, how does the academe prepare and probably address the issues that DJ Roel already talked about?
Yeah, AI has really disrupted the education ecosystem and the academe. Now, I don't know, please ask your children. Ano ba? Do they still really write their own sentences and paragraphs? Because with the power of AI, they can just input the question by the teacher or the professor and then ask a question and then lalabas na yung sagot, no? And then for us professors, teachers, how do we know that this is really the work of the student or not? So what we do is to look at the history of the submissions of the students. Ganyan ba siya talaga magsulat? Or because you will know there are hints of AI, in paragraphs. Example, yung maraming hyphen. No? Pansin niyo yun, maraming hyphen. Yan, ibig sabihin nun, ano yan, it was processed through AI. And some language that we did not talk about in class, tas bigla na lang lalabas sa mga sagot nila, no? So there is really a challenge. And right now, our approach is to do it face to face. I know that there is a lot of work from home, study from home happening. Pero wala nang COVID di ba? Tapos na. I think we should all go back to the classroom. And because that's the way for us to test the student if it really came from them. One last point, no? Last week was the thesis week, no, for our students. And I would always tell the thesis coordinator, can we not do it in Zoom, no? Kasi ang Zoom, di mo alam kung saan tumitingin yung estudyante or baka split screen dun sa kanyang laptop. So we don't know if they are really thinking on their own feet or whether they're just reading it from ChatGPT, no? So, yun, talagang nagbago lahat, no? And I'm not saying that AI is bad, no? Don't get me wrong. I think, sabi ko nga kanina, AI is a tool, no? It is something that we can use, but just like any tool, it can be used for good things. It can also be used for bad things.
Thank you. And on that tool, I remembered a best-selling author describing AI as a knife. Yung knife na yon it's up to our decision. Do we make it useful, like cut vegetables or cut food, or do we commit murder with it? It's really up to the owner of the knife on what to do with that knife. So it's really just a tool. But later on, probably we can discuss how that can be dangerous as well if we don't, control how we use the knife. ASECNAP, we've heard from the private sector and the academe on the challenges and issues that they face with regard to really embracing AI into their system. How does government respond to those issues and challenges?
Great question. I can only talk about this from the perspective of the Department of Science and Technology. I happen to be in an environment, of scientists and thinkers where they all want to be original, So, in fact, the way we're now trying to educate our scientists and I should say engineers is that, you now have to define originality, because sometimes you may be original, but there's no market for your products. And so for us, AI is really about cultivating. That's the reason why I said earlier that AI is our co-creator. AI is our friend, because this time we're trying to ask our scientists and technology developers to be much more conscious of the various data sets that are out there that they can communicate with, they can quote unquote collaborate with. For example, and we don't have this yet in the Philippines, but one of the things that we probably have to do is to really map out the supply and value chain region by region, so that from the get-go, in terms of product ideation, thinking about solutions that matter most for Filipino families and communities, there is at least a basis or a sort of an evidence that these are the analytics, these are the scans that you can get out of mapping the supply chain and value chain. Even for, right now we're celebrating ube, and yet we don't know where they're planted. And yet we don't know what the European Union or the European Commission would expect for those commodities to be. So we have to be much more conscious of the existence of those data sets and to kind of befriend them, communicate with them. And because I think the more you ask questions, the brighter they become also. So and hence I believe that this initiative that we have with the Commission on Higher Education on actually mapping and scanning, where we are, talking about sovereign data, will allow us to come up with solutions that matter to us, that are relevant to us, and I think that would be much more impactful to us. And so I believe that that's the beauty of AI. You know, when two or three people are actually aided in the process by someone who can actually do analytics. But at the end of the day, I say that you're the human agent. You're you're the final decision maker, and kind of discern it whether it's something that you will accept or not. You know, so that's the way I look at this one.
I like that, being the human agent, and actually it's in the governance framework, no, yung human oversight. That's very important because I agree, we have massive amounts of data. The issue is what to do with that data. So we have to put some structure on how to manage, administer, and really maximize the use of that data. Diego, talking about policies and governance frameworks, I like your slide when you said that we have already enough laws which are ready for the introduction of AI into our operations. What do you think what is the best regulatory framework when it comes to IP on one hand, innovation, technology, and then intellectual property protection in terms of avoiding infringement, really affording ownership to who deserves it? What do you think is the proper framework for that?
It's very interesting, Attorney, because part of us crafting the governance framework was to look at best practices in other countries. So we've seen a whole gamut of countries where very overregulated because they prioritize how to address the possible risks. But a lot of the countries which we've seen thrive in terms of artificial intelligence are those who sort of set guidelines, principles for artificial intelligence use, leaving it to the stakeholders, the private sectors, the different departments to issue their own sector-specific guidelines and assessing which are high risk, for instance. Not every sector needs to have that level of risk approach. Education, health, they all have different things that they need to look at. So in crafting our framework, we sort of adopt that. We look at the industries, we look at the different departments in the sectors to develop their own guidelines. Not to say that government will just completely leave them be to develop these, no? It's just us leveraging on, for instance, the academe. The academe has been very innovative when it comes to realizing those standards, but also to provide the structure where any abuse, misuse would still have a regulatory mechanism for redress. And we've emphasized the need for a grievance machinery, for instance, which would be very accessible. At the same time, we also do not want to set those strict regulations because artificial intelligence is very rapid. I think that's one of the hallmarks of AI, that if you set a regulation now, by tomorrow, there already might be new uses of artificial intelligence. So cognizant of that, we want to develop a framework where it's not just regulation or government inclusion to regulate, but also to further develop, to incentivize. That's one of the underrated aspects of what government can do. It's to create the dynamic innovation ecosystem where procurement will recognize AI, science, technology, innovation, where there is a government development priority for AI tools. A government can even strengthen our ability or capacity to help our public officials, even the Filipinos, to understand and to be capable with AI. We've seen Vietnam, for instance, China, they've allocated a lot of government resources towards upskilling and training their countrymen and women for this. So that's where we see government coming in as well. It's not just the setting of principles, the regulation, but even creating that ecosystem for AI to thrive and to make sure that the human-centric element is still there, because AI should really be a tool, support in strengthening our human capabilities for economic development.
Thank you. Parang semi-autonomy, no? Semi-autonomy. It's like you provide guidance, you provide the framework, but you allow the agencies, the individual to really innovate and think about knowing that they're more competent in their respective areas. ASECNAP, how do stakeholders balance that need to encourage, incentivize IP innovation, but at the same time build trust that what they are innovating, especially when it comes to AI enabled technology, are still effective when it comes to rewarding the ingenuity and intellectual property?
Yeah.
What is the perfect balance formula?
Great question. Us at the Department of Science and Technology, for the first time, I think in the DOST, we're trying to bring back our technology developers and our solutions seekers, so to speak, with really understanding, number one, taking a cue from the Department of Trade and Industry, what are the priority sectors that can make most return on investments on the country's investments on research and development. We have to take a look at it from that angle. In other words, that the R&D money that we spend should actually have a resonance in our economic lives. So that's one. And out of each of these sectors, we have to really study which products would matter most. So out of the global market sizes, et cetera, what products where the Philippines can compete most. And so the more you granularize it, the better it is for us to actually be much more focused on the kind of technologies and solutions that we would pursue and that we should fund. And so part of this is the education really of many of our uptakers, meaning to say universities and colleges, researchers, as well as, of course, our both private and state universities, by the way, to actually, listen to the markets, be much more sensitive to customer forecast, user feedback, so that instead of coming up, let's say, with something that they're passionate about, that they should come up with something that can sell, and going for that, what can sell would need a tool. And I think there is already a lot of, I should say, assistants out there that you can converse with, knock on the doors of all of this and say, is this saleable, marketable, and what are the barriers, what are the requirements, etc. So I think that's what we're trying to do now. We're very, very conscious about it. So we're not just nerdy scientists now. We ought to be, I should say, be very pragmatic. Yeah, thank you.
Correct. Marketable, saleable. Yeah. That's a good, that's a good combination. Passion with saleability. I think that's the response that's a perfect response for us to really move forward and progress this AI discussion. DJ Roel, how do companies rethink their IP strategies or innovation strategies when it comes to really embracing AI and incorporating it into the very operations and into their daily systems? What do you think is the best way for them to probably recalibrate their IP strategies?
With AI, I think it is now more important for the companies not to consider AI as a mere legal framework, but to embed it as the core strategy of most companies. No? Because like in the development of products, R&D, innovation, AI now comes in every aspect of the process. No? So it's not only traditionally, we're just after applying for patent, applying for trademarks, applying for copyright after we have the product. Diba? But in the case of AI, since AI is almost present in all the whole process, no? From ideation to product development to prototyping. So it is important that IP should be the core strategy of most companies now.
parang IP by default, no? IP should always be considered from the get-go. And speaking of IP being embedded into the entire process at the entire supply chain process. Diego, may question ako. What opportunities will AI present? Naulilito na ako, AI, IP. What opportunities will AI present? And I think since you are considering IP from the get-go, there will be new forms of IP that will be produced along the way, diba? So what do you think how do you maximize opportunities, and what kinds of opportunities are there to be, to expect when it comes to AI?
I think organically we've seen this across the different agencies for our grants, our startups, DTI, DOST, DICT. Organically, all of our new enterprises from the pre-commercialization stage, they're already leveraging artificial intelligence tools to accelerate their development into bigger businesses. And I do want to echo what ASECNAP mentioned earlier, that we also check the demand, no? Instead of the Philippines just being an adopter of AI solutions, we can already start developing these solutions in-house technically from the country. And that's where intellectual property is at its primacy. And we've seen this. There is a question of how conscious are we that intellectual property can really enhance our innovative tools, our products, and our services. But because AI is present, nakakaroon ng consciousness yung mga enterprises natin, our entrepreneurs, that they have to protect their innovations. And because of artificial intelligence, yung uniqueness niya, like hindi na siya cut and dry that this is human created or solely human created, it's just machine created. Now there is a question of at what level should I need protection, and that answer is already at that level. The early level, there should already be that protection. And so we go back to the responsibility of our agencies, the burden perhaps of the IPOPHIL in setting those standards, those assurances. Because as you innovate, there are more questions on how to protect that. Very simply, in our Philippine Innovation Awards, we broadcast this to the entire country. And our Philippine innovators always question, there's a reluctance to show their innovations because they're worried baka makopya ng mga nanonood, diba? So even at that level, there's already an awareness that how do I protect my innovation, my innovation? How do, in my protection of my innovation, how do I further scale it up so that it becomes more globally protective? So the opportunity once again is there. And I think the ecosystem is already present because we've seen advances in the regulatory framework, the empowerment framework. I mentioned earlier, even in procurement, you can now directly procure STI when before it had to go through rigorous public bidding processes, which take up to 3 months. So slowly but surely, the ecosystem is there. But at the opportunity is there. But there should still be questions that would be answered through government and the technical expertise of our agencies.
Yes, correct. The government, of course, cannot work alone, diba? We have the private companies, we have innovation enablers to really work towards the common goal. And speaking of the academe, Attorney Chris, what kinds of collaboration do you think will be most effective when it comes to all these sectors working towards the promotion of AI, but at the same time very conscious of the need to protect IP?
Before that, since we're talking about elephants in the room, I want to know the thoughts of our co-panelists about Pax Silica. No?
Yan na talaga elephant, di ba?
Oh, kasi we're talking about artificial intelligence and we have DTI, DOST, business, academe. Yun ang segue ko para hindi ko masagot yung tanong.
No, perhaps Pax Silica is a topic that the IPOPHIL can be a motivation for a sequel of this this event, diba? But yung collaboration framework muna, Attorney Chris.
Right.
And then later, sisingilin natin sila on their take on Pax Silica. Sige, Attorney Chris, please.
The role of the academe, I think I mentioned that in my presentation. conversation a while ago, no, that I think the academe is neutral, no, in the sense that it welcomes government, it welcomes business, it welcomes investors, no, industry, that people are more open, no, if they talk to academe. And that's the reason why, for example, no, government gives its grants mostly to universities, no, because it knows that there are no proprietary interests involved, although they also give grants to business. Our tycoons also give donations, donate buildings, no, to the academe because they know that they are in good hands, no. So in other words, I think the role is the role of academe is to put all of the stakeholders together, private, public, no, government, non-government, and let's talk, no, because as I've said, no, the academe is the creator, producer for the most part of knowledge, of research, and that is where we start.
Thank you. Actually, ang favorite ko sinabi mo, the academe is a bridge to all these sectors, no? Baka kayo yung parang peace negotiator for all these forces to come together and work towards AI development. Okay, so we'll open up the floor to some questions from the audience. As I said, we want you to be part of this discussion. Any question coming from our dear audience? Yes, sir.
From the students.
Please, student ka ba? Oy, sige, ito si sir. May bonus ka. Okay, please. Introduce yourself and your school and then ask your question to any of the panel.
So, good morning to everyone po, to our dear panelists. So, I am Andres Loyam Dongka from Manila Science High School, a grade 9 high school student. So, I would like to start by describing or defining an AI using the first 3 words that you mentioned earlier. Using AI as a tool is an opportunity because AI can be our coworker to ideate something or for innovation. AI is now widely used to help us. Let's say, or for a scenario, that you have your own idea already, but there is still a gap. Or let's say for research, there is a research gap. So you decided to visit an AI for help. You made the prompt, and you also provided your ideas. What you need is the idea of an AI. So my question now is, if you decided to combine your idea and the idea of the AI, should you still be credited for your own work or the whole idea form, considering that you have an AI declaration form? Why or why not? Well, it may be a simple question, but I would like to explore more. I would like to hear the perspective of these professionals.
Thank you very much, Andres. A round of applause for Andres, grade 9 student who's already very concerned about intellectual property protection. Okay, so who wants to take the first crack? Probably si Asek ang naka-eye contact sa akin eh. Natutunaw na ako sa titig ni Asek. Please go ahead, Asek.
Yes, well, you know, so I think the way I've also positioned it is the AI is my co-creator, correct? And I say that, okay, nandiyan na tayo, co-creator. But at the end of the day, it's still me, you know, deciding, is this a solution that would be relevant to a specific barangay or community? How many families? Who are these families? If this is about a region, you know, what is specific demographics in that region? And what are the friction points in that region am I trying to solve? It's still me. It's still me or my friends as technology developers who are going to decide about it. It's still us who will decide what particular technology are we going to focus on from among the hundreds that we see are saleable all over the world. You know, so I mean, AI is good for co-scanning, so to speak. I would say to co-scan the whole thing. But kumbaga ako radiologist, ako pa rin ang magde-decide, may TB ba to o wala? Diba? Kung ako ang pathologist, ako pa rin ang magsasabi, ano ba talaga ang kulang dito? Kung tama ba yung creatinine niya? Tama ba yung SGPT niya? Yung ALP niya? Ako pa rin. Diba? So, I mean, it could help. But at the end of the day, it's my sensing of the communities that I plan to help. It's my sensing of the frictions that I want to smoothen out. You know, that in a way that is irreplaceable. You know, my narrative and my relationship to the families and communities and the region that I want to help out, AI cannot do that. AI may not have that feeling, but I have. And so in a way, I own it. Yeah.
Thank you. Anybody else who wants to add? Professor?
Yeah. So, in the Philippines, no, we don't have rules yet on AI. But in China, I've read that the use of prompts do not make you an author, no? So, asking questions, because some would say, if I did not ask the question, then AI would not be able to answer it. In China, hindi po pwede, ano, you must be the creator. So, the challenge now is when ASECNAP said co-creator, how will you carve out your work with that of the AI? Sometimes it's too embedded, it's too intertwined that you now cannot separate what your work is and the work of AI. So I think I don't have the answers. No, I have more questions rather than answers. So that comes into mind, no, when we talk about the question of our dear student, no, about who is the owner. No, the Davos case. You remember that Davos case? I think that's an anomaly because there was really no substantive examination, no, in that application. So we still are in the rule that only human beings can be authors. Only human beings can be inventors. So unless that rule changes, then, which I think is challenged, very much challenged now, no? We are all waiting.
Thank you. Thank you, Attorney Chris. Sige, DG.
Yes. I think in the case of IPOPhil, they require information on the percentage, no? So how much AI was used, how much was your contribution. Then from there, I think they examine the application and provide registration, no, and protection, even if there was an AI component.
Transparency, no? What part of what contribution did AI put in an invention or an intellectual property?
Because nowadays, even in I think programming applications, they use AI already, no? Kaya mabilis na ngayon, eh, di ba? Yung programming. So they just have to divulge, di ba? How much AI was used in the application.
So I guess in the spirit of good housekeeping, it's best to document, right? If you start with a process of developing AI, it's best to document which of the ingredients are from the human person and which of these are coming from AI, so that at the end, when your end goal, not really end goal, but when you step into filing and registration of your AI, then it's very easy to declare. Sabi nga ni ASECNAP, you have to be prepared and ready to respond to the requirements of the regulations. AD Diego, you want to add something?
Well, I feel it's a very excellent question, but I have to respectfully disagree with you. It's definitely not a simple one. And I think that encompasses the issues when it comes to artificial intelligence, no? It really unearths more questions. Tama si Attorney Chris, we do not yet have laws on this, on the liabilities for use, production, deployment, even if a third party would eventually use that idea. So it's not as simple as there's an AI tool used by an individual. What happens? Will it be publicized? Will it be adopted or procured by another entity? If something goes wrong with the output, who will be liable at each stage? And while it may be disheartening that there are no yet rules here, we've seen this mentioned, at least China has and DG has mentioned, perhaps there are qualitative mechanisms for determining liability at each stage. It just emphasizes the need for us to start developing at least those principles, take a look at our laws when the time comes. If there is a question, actually the time is already here. So how do we address that? So it emphasizes that need to have at least a framework on dealing with these questions.
I like that. The time is already here. AI is so present. AI is so now, no longer a picture of the past, but it's really here. Any other question? Yes, ma'am. Si Professor. Doc Ludi, please. Introduce yourself first, although we all know you, but introduce yourself, the institution that you represent, and your question to the panel.
Ako po si Prof. Ludi Tejero, Director ng UP Manila TTBDO Tech Transfer Office. So coming from the healthcare perspective, which is full of ethical considerations. Actually, in our institution, we have laid down some regulations, like you cannot use AI when you do patient history, things like that. Because, yeah, it has to be very specific to the person. Also, it comes to mind also the case of a kid who ended up killing herself because she had been going to the AI, you know, I'm sad today and all that. And eventually, the AI guided her through committing suicide. So the time is now. What would be the first laws or regulations that need to be established in our country that would address those important or death or life-saving regulations that need to be put in place? Yeah, some countries have put regulations like they gave copyright to the face, you know, of their citizens. Na? But what would be more compelling that would save lives? Salamat po.
Thank you, Doc Ludi. Siguro si AD Diego na yan.
Thank you for that question. Very interestingly, even in Congress, we've served as resource persons as well. From around 36 artificial intelligence bills, I believe they have already been compiled into just one big.
Ay, salamat. Thank you.
Ay salamat na at least from 36 naging isa. But what we comment on those is that in one bill, nandiyan na rin yung regulation aspect but also the deployment and development aspect. And we have trumpeted, as will be seen and has been commented in our governance framework, that the two should exist separately because AI regulation is very different from AI development. What we do say is that the sectors should create their own standards of risk. Health is definitely one which needs to have a different level when it comes to data, to the use of artificial intelligence. Education is another one where what would be the tools which should be allowed in the education sphere. And that's where the issue of having a law might be problematic. Please don't quote me here. Alam ko live stream dito. But we've seen how the best practices is really for the industries and the sectors to develop their own guidelines, principles, and even the ethical use. The ethical use here includes even how to use prompts properly, because sometimes yung use hindi nga siya malicious eh. We're able to generate the program just because we don't know how to properly use our AI systems. So what I believe is not really the creation of the law itself, but to strengthen our capabilities as a nation on how to properly utilize artificial intelligence tools properly. No? So if this would be done, if what we're looking at here is the laws having a function of prioritizing, for instance, a budget for developing capability development, awareness, no? Instead of really putting these are our strict regulations just because they are constantly evolving. So perhaps that would be one of the priorities we can consider, no, as a country, no. It's really developing our understanding to avoid and so that tragedies such as what you mentioned would not occur. Because I don't even think having that law, kasi let's say may batas tayo on how to deal with it. Nagkaroon na rin ng tragedy on this. It could have been avoided if we as a nation would be better equipped. We would have the capabilities to understand artificial intelligence and to use it for good rin.
Okay, so I hope that responds to your question, Doc Ludi. Time flies now when we're having fun, but we have to end this session because we come in the way between you and lunch. We'll just ask our panelists for their closing remarks, perhaps an explanation why they chose the word, and perhaps give us a glimpse of their vision for AI in the future when it comes to the Philippine context. Let's start with AD Diego. And then one by one there.
Sige, opportunity. So opportunity can be a positive, can also be a negative. We do not want to create more negative opportunities. But we really do see artificial intelligence as a way to strengthen our ability for economic development. We see artificial intelligence as a way to close the gap between inequalities. Just look around and see how many of our small firms, our MSMEs, our startups have been using artificial intelligence to make themselves competitive, even at not even in a local stage, but in the global stage. However, we have to be very abreast with the needs to have a sustainable mechanism for this. Minention ni Prof earlier yung Pax Silica. And while we do have the resources, there should also be a check on our ability to be transparent, to disclose, and to protect as well our resources. In case and when we do actually scale up our artificial intelligence investment. So the opportunity is there. Yung tanong lang, will we seize that opportunity? And when we seize that opportunity, how do we direct that towards developing the country as a whole?
Thank you very much. That was very, very well said, AD Diego. Prof. Chris.
Yeah, I chose the word tool. So it means that it is used to assist you in what you're doing. But if you use AI to do the work for you, no? Meaning if you need analysis, you use AI now to duplicate the work for you, then I think that's another thing. I'll give you an example, no? And this might be debatable, no? And I'll leave you talking about this over lunch. I'm part of a course where we are all teachers, and we were debating whether we will allow AI use for a final take-home exam, no? So, for as long as you will disclose that you use AI, no? One sector says AI is there, you cannot do anything about it, so just embrace it. So, for as long as there is disclosure. The other side says, in the Bloom's taxonomy, no, we need to know memorization, understanding, analysis. Hanggang doon sa yung creating your own. So if AI now is allowed to be used in an exam, for me, for the use of professionals, it's okay, no? But in an exam where you are the one being tested to see whether you have knowledge, information, analysis, understanding. So would you allow as a teacher to use AI in a final take-home exam where you want to know whether the student has all of these levels of knowledge? So I'll leave you at that. More questions rather than answers.
Bitin kami doon, Attorney Chris. So kailangan na i-fulfill ng part 2 talaga for this session. Asek na, please.
Yeah, for me, I did say that AI is a co-creator, but at the end of the day, it's still it's still me, it's still you, who has that deep sense of empathy and wisdom and discernment and reflection. And we'll have to decide on whatever inputs you get, whether it's from your friends who are not AI or from AI. So the analytics help, but at the end of the day, it's really you based on your context, based on your relationships, and based on the meanings that you attach to the world. And so that for me is irreplaceable.
Thank you. That was very meaningful, Asek Nap. And DJ Roel.
Hanggang ngayon, niisip ko pa rin bakit sexy. Hindi kasi you can create sexy images using AI. Hindi. The success the success of AI, I think does not depend on its algorithms, no? It's how it enables people, us, even the business community, even nations, no, to innovate and to solve real life problems, and at the same time, look for ways on how to make use of it to improve the lives of our fellow men. In the meantime, I suggest that we remain vigilant to hallucinations. So I just nakuha ang word yung hallucinations na mga fake ano pala yan, fake news. So and I think there's now an online movement for our artists, no? So let's support that. And these are breathing artists, no? In the AI generated, no? So, and right now, I think they're documenting on their works so that in the event of any problems in the future, at least they're ready to say na that's mine and not AI generated. Yun lang. Thank you.
Thank you, DJ Roel. That's actually the essence of intellectual property, di ba? That's the incentive to reward ingenuity and to identify who is genius enough to be deserving of the protection. Okay, so siguro explain ko na lang in closing why sovereign AI, because at the end of the day, we are a nation, the Philippines, and we have to be creating and exploiting and maximizing our own innovation, our own AI, 'di ba? That's why I said AI, because the Filipino will always have to play a critical role in the development of AI when we are speaking of our own AI, of our own national AI. So one lesson lang, no, in the AI language, HITL. Anybody who knows what HITL is? In the AI language, it's called human in the loop. No, there always has to be a human who is overseeing the development and use of AI. If you take away the human factor in AI, that's practically chaos that you're looking at. So if you're talking about IP, if you're talking about AI, remember HITL. There always has to be a human in the loop. On that note, isang masigabong, makahulugan, malakas na palakpakan sa ating mga panelists. This is a wonderful discussion, and we hope you continue the conversation because AI is so present, AI is so now, and IP should not be forgotten. Thank you very much.
Let us welcome back on stage Director General Pascua and Deputy Director General Credo Cabuchan to hand the awards to our esteemed panelists. Let us all give our panelists another warm round of applause.
A pleasant afternoon to everyone. Magandang hapon po sa ating lahat. My script says good morning, so we're obviously running one session late. We often hear these days that we are living in a platform-driven world. Every day, millions of people discover news, music, entertainment, and ideas through streaming services, social media, podcasts, and digital platforms. Yet despite all these challenges, broadcasting continues to play an extraordinary role in our lives. It informs us during crisis, entertains us, connects communities, and creates shared national moments that few other media can. So our objective for this afternoon's discussion is to ask a simple but important question. Why does broadcasting still matter? And I'll try to provide a bit of a context. This is because for the lawyers in the group, you know that there are two sets of broad rights under copyright and related rights. So under copyright, you also, of course, have the protection afforded to the creators or authors of works, from music to books to films. But on the other hand, by virtue of the Rome Convention of 1961, there's a separate set of what we call as neighboring rights holders. So while they may not be authors or creators of works, these are people or organizations that are responsible for bringing a work, bringing life to a work, and bringing that work closer to a bigger audience. So under the Rome Convention, you have three sets of rights holders we call related rights holders, and these are the performers, both in sound, so you know them as singers, and performers in audiovisual works, you know them, of course, as actors. Then you have, of course, the sound recording producers, you know them in layman's term as labels. And the last one is your protection for broadcasting organizations. Why are we asking this? We're asking this because in modern times, the rights of the performers have been updated under the WPPT or the WIPO Phonograms and Performers Treaty. So under that, in 1996, it was updated. Their protection was updated, both of the sound recording producers and the performers. However, this did not include an updating of the rights of broadcasting organizations. So first, we ask ourselves, does broadcast still matter? And second, if it does matter, as we're trying to say now, then we need to explore what the protections, further protections for them are needed. So we'll try to make the discussion as light as possible, but hoping that by doing a light discussion, we are able to surface the needs of our broadcasting organizations, the protections that they need within this times where you have the problem of piracy. We are fortunate to be joined by an outstanding panel representing different perspectives within the broadcasting and creative ecosystem. Unfortunately, one of the panels had to leave for an important schedule, so there'll be 3 in the panel. So let me now introduce our first panelist. Our first panelist has been a well-known theater, TV, movie, and onstage personality since the 70s. She started as a professional theater artist with Repertory Philippines and PETA. Mitch, as she is fondly known, began her TV career in 1970 with sitcoms and daily shows in ABS-CBN, which continued until the 80s when she decided to focus on concert and lounge acts. Her hit comedy lounge act, Tit for Tat, was one of the longest running comedy lounge act for 2 years. Since then, Mitch continued doing club and lounge acts as well as movies. Her role in Lino Brocas Lunes, Martes, Miércoles, Jueves, Viernes, Sábado, Linggo earned Mitch an Urian Award for Best Supporting Actress. As a major singer and comedian, Mitch has performed in concerts all over the world. You name it, major cities in both the East and West Coast of the US, London, Athens, Madrid, Germany, Paris, Tokyo, Hong Kong, Kuala Lumpur, Jakarta, Saigon, Hanoi, Sydney, Morocco, and of course, the Philippines, literally from Apari to Holo. Mitch also has the honor of being the first Filipino artist to perform in Jerusalem in 2012 for Christmas Eve at the Manger Square in Bethlehem. She celebrated 52 years in show business last year, still actively performing in movies, television, streaming platforms, theater clubs, and lounge ballroom shows. Mitch continues to be an all-around professional entertainer she is known to be. Mitch is also one of the founding members of the Organisasyon ng mga Pilipinong Mang-aawit or OPM, which she led for decades. She also served the music community under the National Commission for Culture and the Arts and the Cinema Evaluation Board for a few years. As a founder of the Performers' Rights Society, so that's actually the connect this afternoon, of the Performers' Rights Society of the Philippines, she now leads this organization as its president and continues to push for the intellectual property rights of actors, musicians, singers, and all other interpreters of music and audiovisual works. Ladies and gentlemen, singer, actress, comedian, Miss Mitch Valdez with an S, not a Z.
Thank you very much. Obviously, I have been in the business for 55 years because the resume took 3 hours. Thank you very much. I just would like to give you a background that Attorney Cuyo told you. I come from the performers industry. I come from the neighboring rights. And we are very grateful for this occasion to share with you our opinions regarding AI. But if anybody here in this room is still questioning my credentials, as part of Performers' Rights Society of the Philippines, we started in 1998 and we became legalized, etc., because IPOPHIL will not accept anybody who is not legal. To make a long story short, we are the official collections society for performers in the Philippines. We are recognized by all the other countries. We have bilateral agreements with Japan, South Korea, Italy, Nepal, Collective, formerly known as Cobalt, and we have audiovisual agreements with Spain, Colombia, South Korea, Mexico, Nepal, Uganda, and also the former Cobalt, now known as Collective. Our board members are active working actors of audiovisual. We have Celeste Legaspi, our treasurer. We have Leo Martinez as our chairman. I am president. And then we have Joel Torre as vice president. And we have Mel Villena to represent music. So because we have two, as Attorney Cuyo said, music and audiovisual. We represent both. I would like to stress that. Now, to make a long story short, I think I will give way already to the others because my resume was read. I asked Debbie to send a resume. Hindi ko naman sinabi, Debbie, na buong buhay ko ikwento mo. Ano? Anyway, I would like to already get the ball rolling because we were supposed to be here in the morning. So, ladies and gentlemen, I already will take my seat and will welcome questions from you later. Thank you very much. The mortal enemy of a senior citizen are steps without rails.
Thank you, Ms. Mitch Valdez with an S. So I'd like to proceed to an introduction of our next member of the panel. She is currently the director of the Korea Copyright Protection Agency, Manila Representative Office. KCOPA, for those not in the know, is one of Korea's leading organizations supporting copyright and copyright enforcement. So in terms of our background, Director Lee Suk Hong used to be with the Korea Copyright Commission until September 2016 as Director of Information Technology Team, and earlier on as Manager of the Mediation and Appraisal Team. In her work with the Korea Copyright Protection Agency, or COPA, she practically has done the rounds of the entire organization, from being Director of Online Protection Department, Director of the Copyright Digital Forensic Center, Director of the Deliberation Department, Director of Information Technology Department, as well as its Audit Department. Since February of 2026, as I mentioned, she has been with us in the Manila Representative Office. Let us all welcome with a round of applause our second panelist, Director Lee Suk Hong.
Magandang hapon po, right? It's great honor to be here and have a chance to present our organization here. Let me begin with this slide. You do not have the slide. So right. Let me begin with what we've seen on this slide. According to According to Google's Year in Search 2025, Korean dramas such as When Life Gives You Tangerines and Squid Game Season 3 were among the most searched TV shows in the Philippines. This shows that although Korea and Philippines have different languages and cultures, we share a deep appreciation for compelling story. As Korea broadcasting content reaches more audience around the world, protecting creativity behind the content becomes increasingly important. Today, I'd like to briefly introduce how Korea is responding to evolving copyright challenges in broadcasting industry. This slide shows that copyright infringement has evolved with the technology from illegal downloading and P2P sharing to illegal streaming, and nowadays like AI-related copyright issues. Nuno TV was one of the most largest illegal streaming sites in Korea, distributing broadcast and OTT content without permission. In response, broadcaster and OTT platform provide evidence of the infringement, while government agency and copyright protection organization, internet service provider, and law enforcement work together to repeatedly block the site and track its operator. As the site continued to be blocked and the authority closed in on the operator eventually posted a notice announcing that Nuno TV would shut down. This case showed that sustained monitoring, information sharing, and coordinated actions and produce meaningful results against large-scale online piracy. The rapid growth of generative AI has created new copyright issues around the world. The use of protective content for AI training. Earlier this year, Korea's three major broadcasters, KBS, MBC, and SBS, filed a lawsuit against OpenAI, alleging that their news content was used without permission to train ChatGPT. The outcome of the case is still pending, but it highlights the global challenge, how to encourage AI innovation while protecting and respecting the rights of creators. Korea's copyright protection system is based on collaboration among government agencies, right holders, online platforms, internet service provider, and law enforcement. Within this system, K-COPA, Korea Copyright Protection Agency, works in areas including AI and big data-based infringement response system and police deployment and global protection of K content and copyright awareness too. Through these efforts, we aim to build a creative ecosystem where creators can continue to create with confidence. I'd like to leave you a word of Kim Gu, who is a leader of Korea's independent movement. He once wrote that above all else, what he yearned for is Korea to have power of culture, not a power of economy, not a power of military. He yearned for Korea has a power of culture, the culture that makes its own people happy and bring happiness to others. I believe this vision remains meaningful as today. Thank you. Maraming salamat po.
Thank you very much, Director Lee. I'd like to call on our last panelist for this afternoon. Anton advises of foreign and local companies on the protection and enforcement of intellectual property rights in the Philippines. His practice focuses on patent and trademark enforcement and litigation, including matters handled before trial and appellate courts and the Intellectual Property Office of the Philippines. His broader practice includes IP rights acquisition, portfolio management, dispute resolution, and international filings. He has represented multinational and domestic clients in patent, trademark, unfair competition, and copyright disputes, including the internationally recognized Gentle Monster brand, Getz Pharma Philippines Incorporated, Inogen Pharmaceuticals Inc., Petron Corporation, and ABS-CBN Corporation, and has secured favorable trial-level rulings in unfair competition cases involving large-scale illegal refilling operations. Can I hear a round of applause for our third and final panelist, Attorney Anton Miguel Lu.
Good afternoon, everyone. Thank you again to the IPOPHIL led by DG Ted Pasqua, DDG Ann Cabochan for extending this invitation. I'm truly honored to be here to share my insights and to, well, aside from being a private law practitioner, I'm also a director of the Integrated Bar of the Philippines. So I have engaged in the creative industries as well as with the audiovisual workers through the Film Academy of the Philippines and of course through IPOPHIL. And I hope DDG Ann, we can continue this fruitful collaboration. So just to give a brief historical perspective, no, this was touched upon by DDG Ann earlier, that in 1997, here in Manila, WIPO convened a worldwide symposium on broadcasters' rights. It began a negotiation for a treaty to protect broadcast signals in the digital age. So it's been 29 years now. In 2026, that treaty is still not yet finished. The international law governing broadcast signals is still the Rome Convention of 1961, which was drafted before cable, before satellite, and before the internet. So if you were to ask me, does broadcasting still matter today? My answer is that broadcast matters so much that we have spent 3 decades unable to agree on how to protect it. Because as we know, broadcasting cuts across several other rights. For example, there's now transmission through the internet. So there are differing rights which may compete with each other. Now let me offer an idea so we can better visualize this. For example, tonight when you go home and you watch your favorite teleserye or television series episode, no, broadcast on your television. Right there in one broadcast, that already cuts across several rights. It's composed of several layers. First, of course, you have the authors, the composers, who are the owners of the underlying work. Aside from that, second, you have the performers. Who owns the performance, whether it's a live performance or it's later on fixed. Of course, you have the producer of that recording or that TV show who owns the production. Next, number 4, of course, the broadcast organization who broadcast that particular show. Now imagine that while that particular television show is being broadcast, there's a restaurant who plays it in its television as a way of entertaining its customers to attract more customers. Now that creates another right because that is public performance. I had to mention this especially because my seatmate at my table is the one who filed the case of PhilSCAP versus Andre. No? Miss Debbie Gaite, of course, used to be with PhilSCAP. She's now with Performer Society of the Philippines, no, Performing Rights Society of the Philippines. So broadcast is a very complex issue. Now that with the advent of AI, it becomes more complex and more questions arise. But going back to that historical narrative, so earlier this year, in March 2026, the IPOPHIL already came out with its Philippine regulations implementing the Beijing Treaty on audiovisual performances. So why is that crucial, especially to the sector, to the representatives of the performers here? Of course, it gives the right of remuneration to our performers, even if they already signed away their initial right with for example, with the producers or with the broadcast organization. So every time that their work or their performance is being communicated to the public, it gives them a right to collect royalties. So our friends, Miss Debbie and Miss Mitch will have more work once that is fully implemented. Now, let me end by saying that previously it has been said that broadcasting will be affected by the advent of the phonograph, by the VCR or the VHS, Betamax, by the advent of the internet. But actually, broadcasting is still here. Those technological progress that I've mentioned, perhaps we can say that it just added a mode of distribution for the content, which most big broadcast companies also engage in. They engage in their own content creation. So it's just those technological advancements, it's just another mode of distribution. What differs now in the age of AI is AI mainly deals with not just with distribution, but with the product itself, with the content itself. So those are the challenges that we have to face, that the broadcasting industry would have to face, since we are now perhaps half a decade already in the age of AI. So I hope that we will have a fun and fruitful discussion later on. Thank you.
Like to call on the other members of the panel, Director Lee, Ms. Mitch, and Attorney Anton. Okay, we can begin. I'd like to deal with a more simple topic just to get this conversation going. So I'd like to start with a trip down memory lane. My question is, what was your very first encounter with your profession? In the case of Mitch, broadcasting and or performing. In the case of Director Lee, with copyright and IP enforcement, and for Attorney Lu in your case with IP in particular as a practice of law. What was your very first encounter with broadcasting or performing or your profession that made you feel this is where I belong? Yes.
Hello, yes, thank you. Okay, when I was in fourth year high school, if you are aware of this director, award-winning director who directed Oro Plata Mata, his name is Peke Galiaga. He was my drama coach. And just for fun, he asked IBC 13, which was a TV station just as small as a restroom, to sponsor our TV show called The Fabulous Gamboa Fatum Fatum Jug Jug Band. And it was his drama class of De La Salle and Saint Scholastica, because we were theater aficionados, who he invited as actors and MCs. It became a hit, a momentary hit. And from theater, this is where I realized that broadcasting reaches more people. And from then on, I ignored my studies already, because from theater, I jumped into television, from television to movies. So that small station, IBC 13, as big as, this, was the first time I realized that I could reach more people through the broadcast medium.
Early?
Actually, I'm not an expert in broadcasting field, but I start my copyright related work experience since I have a background of science and engineering. So I start to work with more like program related copyright, and I've been working so many years related to copyright. So now I think when I heard the copyright, then I can just look back because it was like me copyright now. So I didn't expect that I start and continue to work related to job copyright, but that's the start point of the work. I mean, related copyright.
Attorney Anton?
If Mitch started her answer with when she was in high school, my earliest exposure to the legal profession was, I think I was still in grade school. This was through broadcasting. If the people here remember the show, Kung May Katwiran, Ipaglaban Mo. Yes. Yun. I always watch that. And then later on, of course, during the turn of the millennium, everyone was tuned into the first presidential impeachment case. So we all know the following year, the enrollment in law school exploded, it increased exponentially. So those experiences, even if when I was still a student, I was able to be immersed or to be exposed through the legal profession through broadcasting. So those are my fond experiences with broadcasting and the legal profession.
Thank you. Thank you very much. So I go on to the next question, which is that each of you this afternoon wears a different hat: a performer, an intellectual property rights lawyer, and a copyright and enforcement advocate. My question is, how has your role shaped the way you see intellectual property, copyright, and broadcasting today? Perhaps we can start this time with Attorney Lu.
Yes.
Anton?
First, we have to contextualize, because if we talk about broadcasting, for example, the Kapisanan ng Broadcaster ng Pilipinas, the KBP, it has hundreds of members, and they operate thousands of stations nationwide. Because maybe some of us think that if we think of broadcasting, we're just dealing with the legacy networks, with the big broadcast companies. Of course, there are broadcast organizations that are operated by the local government units, operated by the educational institutions. But with regard to, as I've said, the legacy networks, of course, their revenue is driven mostly by advertisers. And how do you get advertisers if you have high viewership? How do you get high viewership if you have original content? So it all boils down again to the importance of IP. That once you produce that original content and the viewership gets hooked, you can commercialize it, you can distribute it through foreign streaming platforms. So the possibilities are actually limitless. No? That's really the importance of IP in relation to broadcasting.
Yes, we mentioned my television experiences. In the early 90s, I saw my shows. I'm not a contract artist of any broadcasting network, but I saw my shows being replayed. At that time, that was the term, replayed. My 3 shows were being replayed on a 24-hour loop, and even the other stations were doing it. And I said, what am I getting out of this? Because apparently the station was they were selling sponsorship to all those shows. So they were making double from my work. And so I said, what do I get? And I approached then Senator Raul Roco, who was not yet a senator. And I said, how can I be compensated for this? And because he also had Attorney Lorna Kapunan in his law office, they both filed this intellectual property bill. And that is the beginning of my involvement in intellectual property, because I wanted naman to get compensated for all those replays. I thank you.
Director Lee?
Compared to like 20 years ago, I think the copyright is getting more important. As you might notice that Korean and contents are very popular around the world, so the growth affects not just the culture and things, but it also affects main industry and creative area, and including like tourism and import and like employment. So I think nowadays copyright is more than important than we expected before.
Thank you very much. My next question is, now that we're building on that story, audiences only see the finished or the polished program, but they rarely see the controlled chaos behind this. I think this would be more directed to Mitch. This question, what's one thing that happens behind the scenes that would surprise or even amuse other people?
I don't know if it's amusing, but before the Eddie Garcia bill, if you were a performer, which I really take, I kind of resent that when people say they don't know what to do and they don't know what to do with their lives, they say, mag-aartista na lang ako. It is that word na lang. Because we are called to the set at 5 a.m., 6 a.m. The next day at 5 a.m., 6 a.m., we are still there. And these are the artists. I'm talking about the crew members who are there at 4 a.m. and 4 a.m. the next day, they're still there. They have to pack up all the equipment, etc., etc. Then you have to memorize. And you cannot be, intellectually deficit. And you have to be there working under horrible, horrible conditions if you're shooting outside of the studio. You are in the streets, you are in tents, there are rats, all of these things. And it just looks very glamorous, but they also, and especially also the concerts where people rehearse consistently. So then, just because the finished product looks very glamorous, it does not mean that behind the scenes is glamorous, especially for the production staff.
Attorney Anton, would you like to add, or Director Lee?
Yes, although I'm not an on-cam talent, in the few times that I've guested on television, it's funny because when there's the bright light is focused on you, you can't see anything. So you don't really know who you are talking to. Sometimes a director will just say, oh, you just focus on this direction because the camera will be there. But when everything's already so bright, you don't know where to look. Juxtapose that with the viewers who are seeing you on TV. He can see your pores. It's really close up. They can see everything. So it's funny because if you're the one on TV, you don't know who you're looking at really.
Okay. Before we proceed to our main topic, maybe I have a last question for Mitch, and this is more out of curiosity. Do you still get nervous before going live? Does that feeling ever
I'm
disappear?
shaking. That never goes away because live, you cannot take back anything. And live is you don't know how the people will react. Mabuti na lang I have a sense of humor. And the humor is not for you, it's for me. Because I need to break the ice with people I don't know who are strangers, whom I don't know how they will react, especially now in social media where you are posting something innocent as a smile, and yung pala behind that already are millions who are destroying you. You know, that is the downside of social media. Everybody has an opinion about your life. So I am a very individualistic, private person. So I do not understand why these people watching from the comforts of their home and bedroom and are supposed to have an opinion about how you look, this and that and this and that. So yes, I still get very nervous because I don't know how I am coming across to you today, hopefully intelligently.
Thank you very much. Now we are ready to proceed to our main topic, which is why broadcasting matters. Today, virtually anyone can upload a video or start a live stream. Broadcasting has always been about telling stories and connecting people. So in today's digital world, what do you think remains the enduring role of broadcasting? What makes broadcasting different? Why does it continue to matter? I'll start this conversation with Attorney Lou because I think some of the answers you've touched on earlier.
Why it matters, I would say reliability. Two things. Reliability in terms of the actual transmission of the signals, meaning broadcasting reaches the remotest part of our archipelago. It reaches the far-flung barrios, the far-flung barangay, which even if internet is down, the people can still hear the news, especially when there are important major events happening. So reliability in terms of the transmission. Second, reliability, and this is more important these days. With the advent of misinformation, disinformation, malinformation in social media platforms, you don't know what to believe. As opposed to broadcast networks, well, aside from, of course, I've mentioned the KBP, which sorts of self-regulates itself, the industry. With broadcasting, they are held to a certain factual baseline, as opposed to social media or the digital media, wherein anybody can just post anything, and there are most people will still believe it.
Thank you. I think you covered most of the reasons why broadcasting still matter. So before I let Mitch answer, maybe I'll throw in the next question. During typhoons, elections, national celebrations, major sporting events, like when we have Yala competing for the finals or breaking news, people still instinctively turn to broadcasters. My question is, why do you think broadcasting continues to enjoy that level of public trust?
As for me, it's because there's regulation. There are laws, there are whatever penalties, because you are sure that the news, sometimes when you look at your phone and there's news, you always say, has this come out in the legitimate news stations? If it hasn't come out, don't believe it. Because that's how much you trust the legitimate broadcasters of news. That's it.
Director Cuyo, can I just add to that? When you consume information through social media, that's personalized because of the algorithm, right? As opposed to broadcasting, what you consume, what I consume is the same. As opposed to, for example, if your search history is always about certain topic, you get to see more of that information. But with of course, even with broadcast media, there's some lean to the left, to the right, but more or less, it's there for everyone to see. So it's more balanced in that way.
Okay. I throw this question specifically to Director Lee. Korean content is enjoyed around the world. Beyond great stories, what lessons has Korea learned about protecting content while making content widely accessible?
As I mentioned before, one of the things that I impressed most since I began my assignment here is that how much Korean content to be loved here in Philippines is far more than I expected. So, and in particular, singing people's laugh and cry and moved by the same scene as audience in Korea remind me that the content has more power to connect people across the border and different languages. So, but at the same time, the Korea content is loved by around the world. We challenge like illegal distribution and online piracy. So as I present before, we work together like with the government authorities and creators and platform and internet service provider to respond this kind of challenges. One of the lesson Korea's experience is that protection and access is not conflict each other. People, audience should easily access the content they want to see very conveniently, but the creator must have the right to expect the fair compensation for their work. So, but it's very difficult to like a balance of that. But I think we must protect the creator's right and copyright. And I think the content is connect the people, and the copyright is the foundation to sustain the connection. That's what I want to say.
Thank you. Broadcasters today face challenges ranging from piracy, as you mentioned, and signal theft to AI-generated content and unauthorized retransmission. There is currently an ongoing discussion on the broad protection for broadcasting organizations at the World Intellectual Property Organization on strengthening protections for broadcasting organizations. Without going into the legalese, I want to hear from a layman's point of view. What protections do you believe broadcasters need most to continue investing in quality programming and serving the public? Maybe Attorney Anton can start, and I'd like to hear also from the layman's perspective, from our performers, and from government perspective.
One thing which is very important is enforcement, because the rights are there, rights can be protected, but if there's no mechanism of enforcing it, that becomes useless to the rights holders, no? Not just for the broadcast organizations, but even to other rights holders, the performers. So in this regard, I would like to commend the IPOFIL because of in the past few years, in the recent developments, especially with the launch of the IP Enforcement Office, wherein they do takedowns of illegal streaming sites. Now, those things, those type of enforcement mechanism, it really helps the broadcast organizations a lot.
I don't know what if this is related to broadcasting, but I'm also talking about protection regarding the streaming platforms, because when I hold a concert now, with the minute I am announced and I enter the stage, the whole audience raises up their iPad and phone. So I tell them, can you please put it down? Because this is supposed to be a one-on-one situation. But it seems that nobody can watch anything without their phones. And then you have no rights regarding this, because the next day, your show, your material, your comedy is already on YouTube, it's being shared in social media, etc., etc. So I don't know what kind of broadcast enforcement that this needs regarding streaming. I wish there was something also that could be done regarding streaming, because it's like it's useless to put up concerts. Might as well perform in your house. You know what I mean? If you're just going to video it, etc., etc. That's what I think about broadcasting and streaming.
Thank you. Director Lee?
I think collaboration and awareness very important, I think, because, and also the fair compensation for their work is also very important to protect the copyright in many areas, because, I mean, it's not just one side can do the to protect the copyright. As I said before, like the government and right holders and service provider all together have kind of a mind that is very important to protect the copyright, I think. And also having a copyright awareness program is very also important.
Thank you. And I go to my next question, which is, many people still think piracy is a victimless crime. We've been talking about piracy. If you have 30 seconds to explain who is really affected when content is illegally streamed, downloaded, or redistributed, what would you say? Maybe from the performer's perspective.
The producer is affected. I didn't know the day would come when I would protect and defend a producer, but the producer and everybody who works in that production is affected, because the performer can go to another platform, etc., etc. You are robbing the people behind the scene of their just compensation. That's what I'm thinking.
So it's not a victimless crime.
It's not a victimless crime, because obviously people shut down, production shut down because of piracy.
Thank you. Director Lee, and maybe after Attorney Anton.
Some people may think that this is a victimless crime because, I mean, the content is still there and the impact is not visible right away, but it is, of course, it's a harm and damages in many fields. Just because damage is not visible right away does not mean that there's no harm has been done. Think about when you deposit money into the bank, you trust that your assets must be protected. And when you enter into contract, you trust that the agreement will be honored. Society needs this kind of trust. I think it's very important, and also content industry is no difference at all. So when increase the illegal distribution and illegal streaming, maybe the creator lose their job and investor does not going to invest into the new project, and ultimately audience will not may lose many chance to enjoy a lot of a variety of high quality content. So it's not a victimless act. It affects creators and investor and audience too.
Thank you. Attorney Anton?
Mitch mentioned earlier the producers. But of course, when the producers don't make money, it also affects the workers, the
Exactly.
talents, the not the artistas, the production crew,
Yes.
the assistants. It affects everybody. So, and aside from that, of course, there are families that depend on them.
Exactly.
So it's not a victimless crime.
Thank you. Before we proceed to get questions from the audience, my last question for the panel would be in relation to a topic this morning on artificial intelligence. So artificial intelligence is transforming nearly every creative industry. AI is changing how images, scripts, and even voices are created. Simple question. Are you optimistic or concerned, and why?
From the creative industry, from what I heard this morning, yes, of course, AI is fantastic in the science industry, in the medical industry, in everything that is technical. But if you go to the creative industry, I consider it fake because I've heard music that is from AI. It's creepy. And I've heard, example, I have a friend who did a whole concert and her -1, which is the backup music, was all AI created. Therefore, the composer and the musical director and the band members lost the opportunity to work in that project. And because of that, the musicians now double, triple their rates because of the loss to AI. And others who are trying to create to give you a better performance musically cannot compete with the sound of AI because it sounds exactly like the original music, which you have not, been compensated for, and the performers have not been compensated. So in other words, that's a whole area where your intellectual property and its collection is totally non-existent. You cannot trace who this AI is. So for us in the creative industry, yes, we recognize that at a certain point, it is a big help to the world, to the future, etc., but not in the creative industry because it just reproduces. That's it.
Director Lee?
I think I can say that I'm a cautious optimist. Your question reminds me that my cousin's son, he was really good at the drawing. So when he was in middle and high school, he portrayed his friend as their birthday gift. He used to post his artwork on his social media, but at some point, he stopped posting his artwork. I don't know why. And I cannot say that it's something with AI, but I find myself asking, we usually ask what AI can create, but we should think about why make people to draw and write and creative. So I think we should sometimes use AI very actively, but we have to deserve something that is very important. I think one of them is like a desire to create something.
Bernie Anton?
I'm concerned, but at the same time optimistic. Why am I optimistic? Well, in my earlier example, in my opening statement, I talked about the broadcasting treaty, which it's been decades and it has not been concluded yet. So, but with regard to AI, I can see that the IPOFIL is really on top of this particular subject matter. With the issuance of the Philippine regulations on implementing the BTAP, the Beijing Treaty, we can see that it excluded already creations made by machines, meaning if it's AI generated, if it's not a human creation. So I'm optimistic because our government agencies are are really proactive in dealing with this particular subject matter.
Thank you. I'm opening the floor to questions from our audience, maybe one or two questions. Anyone wants to throw the first question? Uy, tahimik. I hope you're still awake. Going? No questions from the audience?
Thank you very much.
So since we have no question from the audience, I'd like to end with something light. First answer that comes to mind. So quick round. Analog or digital?
Analog.
Analog.
It's difficult. Analog.
Radio or television?
Radio.
Television.
Radio.
Morning show or late night show?
Late night.
Morning.
Late night.
Live or recorded?
Live.
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 Scripted or ad-lib? Script or ad-lib?
Both.
Both.
Scripted.
One app that you use every day or can't live without?
Viber.
Ways. Doesn't it get you there faster?
Therefore,
Coffee before work or after work?
Before.
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 Last question. This is really the last question.
Para tayo
Please
nag-boy book
complete
na.
this sentence. Broadcasting will always matter because
It shapes communities.
You get to see the world.
It's the trust.
on that note, I'd like to end the panel. Thank you very much. So today's conversation reminds us that broadcasting is far more than a platform or a technology. It is built on people who tell stories, inform communities, entertain audiences, and earn trust day after day. On behalf of our organizers, thank you to our distinguished panelists for sharing your experiences and insights, and thank you to our audience for joining us.
Again, let us welcome Director General Pascua and Deputy Director General Credo Cabuchan to give our esteemed panelists their awards. Let us give the panelists of Session 3 another warm round of applause. Trade Management Office, and the Philippines International Trading Corporation, with a portfolio spanning trade policy and negotiations at the bilateral, regional, and multilateral levels, he currently serves as the country's chief trade negotiator for several major trade agreements, including the Philippines-European Union Free Trade Agreement, and previously led negotiations for the Regional Comprehensive Economic Partnership. Ladies and gentlemen, please join me in welcoming Yusek Alan Hefty.
Okay. Good afternoon, everyone. You know, whenever I am invited in any IFOFIL event, I feel like I'm home again. That's why maraming salamat, Digited, DDG Ann, of course, DDG Nat, and the whole IFOFIL family. You know, whenever I talk about intellectual property, I could not afford not to quote what Winston Churchill said in 1943, that the empires of the future will be the empires of the minds. In the 21st century, it is apparent that whoever is creative and innovative will greatly influence the world, the economy, the society, and the industry. There is also a saying, give a person a fish and you feed them for a day. Teach them how to fish and you empower them for a lifetime. In the world of intellectual property and innovation, we do not only teach them how to fish. We teach them how to can the fish, how to process the fish, how to brand the fish, and how to franchise or license their intangible assets. Edison's story did not end in invention. In fact, with the so many patents, eventually, it ended with mass commercialization. Same thing with Steve Jobs. His story did not end in integrating various intellectual property and patents and other IP rights. It ended with mass commercialization strategies. So intellectual property is about empowering people with the knowledge, tools, and opportunities to transform ideas into solutions, creativity into enterprise, and innovation into economic value. The discussions today covering women empowerment through intellectual property, the shifting dynamics between artificial intelligence and intellectual property, and the enduring relevance of broadcasting in a platform-driven world show how intellectual property has evolved beyond the banal notion of simply protecting ideas and other creations. Presently, intellectual property has become a powerful enabler of innovation, entrepreneurship, and inclusive economic growth. It empowers creators, strengthens businesses, and allows ideas to move beyond imagination. From the perspective of international trade, intellectual property is a springboard for a modern and innovation-driven economy. With this, allow me to highlight 3 key messages. First, intellectual property is shaping how countries participate in global value chains. Today, some of the world's most competitive industries are built on 3 things: knowledge, creativity, and innovation. IP-intensive industries like pharmaceuticals, semiconductors, biotech, entertainment, AI, and information and communication technology continue to expand and represent a significant share of global trade and economic activity. This is why countries continue to advocate coherent IP standards and a predictable, transparent, and innovation-friendly global trading environment. That is why trade wars were triggered by issues involving theft of intellectual property rights. Second, intellectual property must also be viewed as a tool for empowerment and inclusion. As we discuss women empowerment and intellectual property, we must remember that behind every innovation is a person with an idea, a passion, and a vision. Women entrepreneurs, creators, researchers, and innovators are already developing solutions, building businesses, and creating value in our communities. The challenge before us is to ensure that these ideas do not remain hidden but are protected and connected to opportunities in the marketplace. In his keynote address, Digited highlighted the need to build an IP-centric culture, encourage curiosity, problem solving and innovation, with schools serving as incubators of future innovators. For her part, DDG Ann challenged us to ensure that innovation does not end in graveyard of inventions, but reaches the market through commercialization and enabling ecosystem. DigiTed also stressed the need to adopt IP for artificial intelligence era and ensure that the IP system evolves to address the opportunities and challenges brought by artificial intelligence. This was reinforced by Asik Knapp when he highlighted the need to promote human-centered AI governance that safeguards national sovereignty, supports long-term economic sustainability, and ensures responsible AI development and deployment. Indeed, we cannot discuss the future of intellectual property without discussing artificial intelligence. AI is rapidly transforming the way we create, innovate, and do business. It is reshaping our inventions, are developed, how content is produced, and how enterprises compete in the global economy. We know AI is here to stay, but the question is how we ensure that AI changes IP for the better. As policymakers and stakeholders, we have the responsibility to shape an IP ecosystem that welcomes technological progress while continuing to value human creativity. More than ever, we must look inward and be circumspect on what needs to change, what must remain, and what new approaches do we need to build. Third, in a globalized economy, markets may be opened by trade agreements or free trade agreements, but they are won by innovation. That is why intellectual property is always an element in forward-looking free trade agreements and is becoming a bigger part of how we do business with the world. As the Philippines expands its network of free trade agreements and partnerships, intellectual property helps ensure that our ideas, brands, creations, and innovations are protected as they reach new markets. When we trade goods and expand services, we are also sharing Filipino creativity, knowledge, and ingenuity. Across these trade agreements, intellectual property protection encourages innovation, build business confidence, and make it easier for companies to work and invest across borders. Our innovations and creative works must have the opportunity to grow, compete, and create value in the global marketplace. Given this context, let us not forget to constantly convey the message that more than having a strong IP regime and innovation ecosystem in the country, Filipinos are creative and innovative. And in this era, when we transcend towards a knowledge-driven economy, our young and dynamic population is a repository of creative and innovative minds. And I think this message is very important because if you try to analyze the configuration of human capital right now in the world, I would say that Asia, particularly Southeast Asia, is in the advantaged position because we have a young and dynamic workforce compared to developed countries wherein they are faced with aging population. And we know for a fact that creativity and innovativeness, they're always anchored on young and creative minds also. That is why in this era, it's very important that proper intervention should be made so that we can invest more on upskilling, reskilling our people, because this is something that we cannot afford not to miss. That's why many developed countries are trying to partner with us because they basically want also to pick our minds, collaborate with us, and hopefully come up with new innovations. So moving forward, perception also matters. We must continue to build a deeper understanding of what intellectual property means to every Filipino. If we continue to see IP as merely a legal shield that protects ideas, we will overlook its greater potential as a driver of innovation, entrepreneurship, and economic opportunity. We must change that mindset. It must be the springboard that launches Filipino ideas, innovations, and enterprises onto the global stage. And I commend the Intellectual Property Office of the Philippines for its various programs and projects being implemented right now. For one, of course, one that is close to my heart is that we have been investing on young minds or the young generations. So we have, of course, students from high school who are already indoctrinated about the value and importance of intellectual property. Of course, I could not afford not to mention our almost 100 innovation technology support offices, wherein we can market actually to multinational corporations for them to partner with these institutions because they can be an extension of the research and development department. And I think that is something that we have to constantly convey to the world because in the globalized economy, it's not just about trading goods and services. It's more about research and development, product and development, and of course, innovation. So when we equip Filipinos with the knowledge and tools to protect and leverage their intellectual assets, we empower entrepreneurs, help industries thrive, and build a more innovative economy. That is why your event this afternoon or today, leveraging intellectual property to enable innovation and fuel inclusive growth is indeed timely. This is a time, the era, that we should leverage on our intellectual property, on our people. So again, maraming salamat po and mabuhay.
Allow me to introduce our next reactor, Dr. Marco Himmer, Head of Cooperation at the Delegation of the European Union to the Philippines, a position he has held since August 2024. Dr. Himmer leads the EU delegation's multi-annual programming cycle, investment pipeline, and related policy dialogue. He has held similar posts in Nepal and Moldova, and previously headed the EU's Climate Services Initiative in Brussels, as well as the Energy and Economic Unit at China's National Climate Center. He has also served in the EU's delegation to China and Mongolia and was assigned to the EU's Joint Research Center in Italy. Dr. Hemmer also holds a PhD in natural science along with an MSc and habilitation in geography. Let us all give a warm round of applause to Dr. Hemmer.
Question is whether I should say magandang umang or magandang hapon. Hapon, because we don't have a window. So at the end, we are like in an AI sphere already. We don't know what's happening in the real world. Director General Pasqua, DDG Credo Kabuchan, Usek Repti, good friend of the EU delegation, Hans Christian, Deputy Head of Mission, colleagues and friends. I would like to thank the Intellectual Property Office for organizing this event and for bringing all of you together for these interesting discussions. You may wonder, what has the EU got to say about that one? Because we are here to give a statement of support. You got our support for the topic and for the selection of the speakers, which I have seen only in one panel were excellent, so thank you. What we have also seen is that artificial intelligence and women entrepreneurship, broadcasting, all of these topics are tackling IPR issues. They are all important, but IPR is very important, or what stands out, it's about people and their ideas. When you ask some people about IPR or artificial intelligence, it's about money making, economic drive. But I heard it is about the people. And this is, I think, where we can relate very much to what we have in the European Union, the EU AI Act, which talks about human-centric artificial intelligence. It's the human beings in the center of it. Their rights, the protection of their rights, the protection of their spheres of society. Only last week, we have had an EU artificial intelligence research mission coming to the Philippines. We had a big event with Secretary Solidum, who is also working on AI policies. And he says, we want the EU's human-centric AI approach because this is an approach that works in the Philippines. I think this is exactly what we are doing here in our corporation. We are placing the Filipino colleagues and friends in the center of what we are doing. It has to work locally. AI may work differently in different continents. So here we are supporting the Philippines in coming up with a human-centric AI policy approach, a business approach, working with the investors, but first of all, discuss from the forefront of the discussions. That was a discussion we have with Secretary Solidum. What about IPR for test simulations? What about IPR in the outcome, in the products? And this is where the Philippines can very much relate to what we have done in the European Union, where it's very clear that for test cases, you can use some material. If you have a commercial product, you have to pay your royalties and so on and so forth. So we have this very big on the agenda. It is not surprising that Usek Rapti was talking about maybe the same 3 points I have here. Not a big surprise. You had a second point, gender and women entrepreneurship. I have this as the #1 priority. So my apologies for having a different priority set, but it is important for our engagement. Maybe one sentence. If we don't have gender involvement in the topics we discussed today, we do have technology-intense centers. We have innovative women-led businesses. But if we don't have gender balance in that industry at all, we are losing simply the innovation, we are losing the ideas, we are losing the skills, and we miss an economic opportunity by doing that. Because it is then an important approach to that we are missing. So I dare say that innovation is accelerating, but needs to be more inclusive. I talked about AI already. AI is changing the innovation landscape. And of course, it goes along with legal issues. But in AI, and this is, I think, at large for IPR, IPR is not about the past, it's about the future. And I think this is the discussions that we heard this afternoon on broadcasting and AI. I don't agree with all the comments. I mean, no, it was a comment, this or that, this or that. I'm all obviously digital. So I grew up in a time when also, you know, your brothers or cousins sometimes did speed surgeries on you. So your parents didn't find out the accidents that happened in the forest. So we can maybe also spend a weekend without applications, but it is important that it is discussed. There may be different opinions from the Korean colleague, from the broadcasting, but it needs to be human-centric. And this is important that these ideas are discussed so that they work for a different audience group in a different way so that it remains inclusive. And of course, creativity, IPR can create values. It can create also new thinking. And it's not only the technical afterthought. If the IPR is in place, it opens opportunities for different businesses, research, innovation scientists to come together. This is all in line with the European Union's Global Gateway Strategy, which is the European Union's approach for cooperation with our partner countries. We are very big with Global Gateway, with our public investment in the Philippines. Usek Rapti was introduced as the chief negotiator of many free trade agreements, including the European Union-Philippine Free Trade Agreement. I would like to cite the joint statement of the European Union and the Philippines on the enhancement of the partnership. So we now have an enhanced partnership between the EU and the Philippines. It's the first time in history. Relations have never been that good. And paragraph 33 says, both sides remain committed to conclude the EU-Philippine FTA negotiations as soon as possible. So that's a public document. Usek Rapti, no pressure. And of course, as part of any free trade agreement, you will negotiate, in this case with the European Union. IPR is of course one of the headings that is being discussed. How can I conclude such a variety of discussions and inputs that we've had? Maybe an outlook. The European Union is supporting the IPO office through various means. In the past, and Francesca is our project manager in the delegation, dealing with the projects managed from our colleagues in Bangkok to make it even more difficult. There were events last year that the European Union supported by bringing in expertise with the IPO. And I heard that in November, there is the next event planned, which is, now I have to read, Regional IP Enforcement Summit. So this is done with the European Intellectual Property Office, but also we will bring in colleagues from other ASEAN countries so that the Philippines, of course, as the proud chair of the ASEAN, the proud ASEAN chairship, can also discuss with other countries in the region. And I think this is important. And this is where AI is comparing to what is there, and we are steering to where it goes. And I think it's the same in our human interaction. We compare with what we know. And this is where this workshop in November, to be precise, I think one was in Iloilo, the next one will be here. This is where the European Union continues supporting the IP office of the Philippines. We hope to see more engagement on this level with this inspiring plenary speakers, the discussions that I have seen, and congratulate again the IP office for hosting this event and for bringing us together. Salamat po.
Thank you for sharing those words, Dr. Himmer. And allow me to introduce our final reactor, Mr. Hans Christian Baumann, Deputy Head of Mission at the Embassy of Switzerland in the Philippines, a position he has held since August of 2025, which he shares with his wife, Livia Messier, through a job-sharing arrangement. From 2022 up to 2025, he served as Deputy Head of Global Security at the International Security Division of the Swiss Federal Department of Foreign Affairs in Bern. He has also served as the Embassy of Switzerland in Tel Aviv and at Switzerland's representative office in Ramla, having entered the country's diplomatic service in 2018. Mr. Baumann is also a reservist officer at the Swiss Armed Forces with the rank of Lieutenant Colonel and holds a PhD in International Affairs and Political Economy from the University of St. Gallen, Switzerland. Let us all welcome him with a warm round of applause.
Thank you so much for the kind introduction, and I apologize that I think my staff submitted a CV that was meant for a conference on the South China Sea, because I wouldn't have included my military service in the CV, but thank you very much. You know, in Switzerland, we have a system where even civilians still do army service, and that's the case even for diplomats. That's why that's included. Thank you. So Yusek Hepti, DG Pasqua, Deputy DG Credo Cabohan, dear Marco, distinguished speakers, esteemed guests, ladies and gentlemen, good afternoon. After today's discussions, one message stands out clearly. Innovation does not happen by chance. It flourishes when ideas are protected, encouraged, and allowed to grow. Intellectual property is not simply a legal framework. It's an enabler of creativity, entrepreneurship, and sustainable economic development. For Switzerland, this is a principle we know quite well. Despite my country's relatively small size, Switzerland has consistently ranked among the world's leading innovators. This is not only the result of investment in research and education, but also of a strong intellectual property system that gives inventors, researchers, artists, and entrepreneurs the confidence to create, collaborate, and bring their ideas out into the world. Innovation today goes far beyond technology. We've heard it in the discussions today. It touches AI, the creative industry, scientific research, and even how we empower women entrepreneurs and young innovators. These are global conversations that need to be held, and they require cooperation between governments, academia, industry, and civil society. And this is precisely why forums like today's symposium are so valuable. They bring together different perspectives, encourage dialogue, and help ensure that our policies keep pace with a rapidly evolving world. Innovation is strongest when knowledge is shared and partnerships are built. Yusek Hepti mentioned reasons why foreign innovation centers have an interest in partnering with the Philippines. At the Swiss Embassy, we are proud to support initiatives that foster this kind of partnership in the spirit of innovation. Earlier this year, in collaboration with Deputy DG Credo Cabohan, we organized the Swiss Innovation Prize competition, which brought together universities, researchers, and innovators from across the Philippines to develop practical solutions to real-world challenges. And intellectual property, of course, was a central theme. What impressed us most was not only the quality of the ideas that these young Filipinos came up with, but also the creativity, determination, and entrepreneurial mindset demonstrated by the participants. Many of these innovations will also rely on effective intellectual property protection to move from concepts into successful products and services. Today's discussions remind us that protecting intellectual property is ultimately also about investing in people. It's about creating an environment where an IP-centric culture can thrive, where creativity is rewarded, where ideas can become opportunities, and where innovation contributes to inclusive and sustainable growth. On behalf of the Embassy of Switzerland, I would like to congratulate IPO-Phil, and thank you for the organization of this very timely conversation and for the invitation. We look forward to continuing our collaboration in strengthening innovation ecosystems and promoting intellectual property as a driver of prosperity in both the Philippines and Switzerland. Thank you very much.
Thank you for that, Mr. Baumann. May we request you to stay on stage and to receive your award along with Dr. Himmer and Yusek Alan. May we call on once again DDG Cabuchan and Director General Pascua to hand their awards.
Going to be the DG World
Let us give them another warm round of applause. To close today's forum and to give a few words of thanks, please join me in welcoming once again Deputy Director General Anne-Claire Credo Cabuchan.
Good afternoon, everyone. It has been like, I think, 5 hours since we started this morning, but the conversations over those 3 panel discussions, as well as the reflections given by our esteemed reactors, really have given us something to think about. But before I really say thank you to all of you for being here, our panelists, our reactors, our moderators, let me say a big thank you to my team in the IPOPhil, my Office of the Deputy Director General of Operations. So our MC Lau, Of course, where's Migs? Migs, Michelle, Chini, and Eman. I run a very tight ship because it's just like four of them with most of the tasks, but they were also helped leading up to this event by so many of our other colleagues who volunteered to do secretariat work, and even those who did not do voluntary secretariat work. Let me say a big thank you to my colleagues at the PRIA and CMU for all the help. I did not need to even ask them for help. They were there to help me out. Marami pong salamat. I could not have done it alone. And of course, the support of the Director General in this particular event. This is the first, but definitely not the last. We will improve on perhaps making it just two panels in one session. I could see that because of the excitement and all those ideas coming in, it was quite difficult to really keep the time. And I think the issues were quite complex, but I do hope that you have learned, as I have, from all the speakers today. And I think I will just leave you with this. We have to deliver for our stakeholders, and to us in the IPO field, it is to the Filipino nation. So we will continue our work, especially as we are working very hard right now on commercialization, which we would like to link up to financing very soon. But definitely, we will be there to accompany our creators, our innovators, as we move their ideas from laboratories, from studios, perhaps from classrooms or offices or homes, to the real world that will benefit all of us. So with that, I say, maraming salamat po sa inyong lahat, especially those of you who have stayed on. I know that the others had to leave, but for those who are watching us on Facebook Live and YouTube, thank you for tuning in. Until the next time.
Thank you so much, Deputy Director General Cabochan, for that inspiring closing message. To our panelists and moderators, again, thank you so much for generously sharing your time and expertise with us today. And to all of you, our participants, thank you for joining us and making today's forum such a meaningful success. So this concludes our forum. And before we say our goodbyes, we invite everyone to stay a little longer and enjoy some afternoon snacks served outside. A great opportunity to continue the conversation from today and connect with fellow participants. Thank you once again and have a great afternoon.